his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is April 19th. It is currently 2:34. We're a couple minutes late. The reason for that is breaking news has just started coming out. I was just noticing it, and I wanted to catch up because of a mass shooting that was taking place. I was also watching a prior program, live stream from my good friend Frank Johnson with he's the Range Goomba, and that's actually the name of his program. And let me make sure I get it right. It's the Range Gear Goomba. He is live now at the NRA conference, and I was watching him speaking with doing an interview with a young woman from Venezuela and talking about her success and the benefits of America helping to free the Venezuelan people. So I was watching that, and I then caught the news, the breaking news that's happening in Shreveport, Louisiana. And we'll talk about that in just a couple of moments. Obviously, we want to talk about what's going to be happening with the U.S. and Iran, the opening and then closing of the Strait of Hormuz, and the consequences of that. At this point, we can definitely predict something that's going to be happening to food prices in America and around the globe, and how that will be affecting people. We started speaking about that about 2 weeks ago. I now feel confident to be making predictions on this and how this will be affecting you directly. And of course, we want to talk about what's been happening in New York, a few other things. Let me jump to the breaking news directly, and we'll start there. What is going on? My system is acting up. Let's see. We don't have comments in yet. Okay. What? Sorry, my computer's acting up internally. But remember, you can always leave a comment, like, share, subscribe. You can leave a comment from YouTube, Facebook, on Rumble, on X, and all the other platforms. We'll be happy to hear what you have to say and present that. Sorry, I'm a little distracted because of what's happening with Shreveport. It's a very sad story to start off. It happened this morning, and it is coming around. I know there was a shooting in Iowa City overnight, and there were 3 people who died from that. 5 people were injured. 3 people were students in Iowa City. There was that shooting, but I think this is the one that may not have gotten national attention yet, but I believe it shortly will be getting that attention. And that is, and we'll have it up on the screen. So, according to Shreveport Police, Louisiana State Police, there was a fatal mass shooting. 10 individuals were wounded. 2 seem to be in unknown condition, but they have survived the encounter. There are 8 individuals that have died. Some of those, an unclear number of them, were children. Children from the age of about 1 to 14. This is shocking. This was in a residential, and I know many people will talk about, well, in Louisiana, there's the problem with of the 2 major areas that people usually think about when they think about Louisiana. They're thinking of New Orleans or Baton Rouge, which are high crime areas and have been high crime areas for a long period of time. But that is not the concern in this case. This was in a residential area in Shreveport. It appears that the incident started out of a domestic dispute, and from there, somehow it catapulted. It took place, there's 4 separate locations. Some news media are saying 3 separate locations, all of them residential, where shootings took place. There was the shooter carjacked a vehicle at one point. He was in a car chase with police trying to reach another residential location when he was stopped, and there was a shootout, and the shooter died. We do not have any names of the individuals that have been affected at this time. So this is a developing story. This is the news, the most recent news coming out within the last hour. We see this is from KTBS News. They're reporting this was in a Cedar Grove neighborhood from Sunday morning. There are over 30 police officers that are on the scene investigating this, trying to get some further details of exactly what did happen. I can imagine how shocking this can be. One of the initial things on this channel that made us start doing political commentary, more journalistic coverage of events, was the madman in Binghamton who shot 9 individuals, killed so many. And that was many years ago. God, that was back in about 2009, 2010, 2008. I forget at the moment, but there was the mass shooting in Binghamton. And I know how that affected that community. Binghamton still being a mid-sized city, about 40,000 residents. And so that was a deep shock to the entire community. And I can appreciate how those in Cedar Grove and Shreveport, how they would be completely shocked by this development and how it would negatively impact and hurt the communities there, the people there. And so my heart goes out to each and every one of them, all the people in that community, and of course, those who have been harmed and who are affected by this shocking, evil action. I can't imagine. There is no justification. There is no justification for this level of evil. I mean, children. That's the part that boggles my mind. And obviously, this will very shortly become major news. Now, Louisiana is the home of House Speaker Mike Johnson, and he's made a statement on this already, also sharing his condolences and his shock at this event. The governor of the state has also come out and made a public statement. I thought I had it. And we have comments from Attorney General Liz Muriel's office, who said multiple law enforcement agencies are investigating this tragic situation. We do not yet know all the details, and she is deeply saddened by the senseless loss of life. She is praying for the victims and their family members in the wake of this devastating violence. This is a statement and a message that is being repeated across the country, not just by local elected officials, but everyone. There is nothing that makes sense about this or how this has taken place. Again, we do not have clear answers on how this happened and how it escalated. There was the initial shooting, as it appears, and this is going from several news sources, trying to piece it together with the information that we have at this time. This is from KTBS News. There is also reporting from NBC News. It is now national news. There is reporting on this also from even internationally. This is being reported on. There is news from The Guardian in reference to this as well. 8 children are reportedly dead. 2 other individuals who seem to be, or at this moment are being reported by some media as being adults, are also wounded, not dead, but wounded. That's apparently the news we have at this time, with no clear understanding of how a domestic incident, as it is being reported, the police initially at this time believe that this was due to a domestic dispute of some sort. How that would involve children, I do not understand. That does not make sense in any way, shape, or form. And no one has an answer at this time. It is an ongoing story. There is no clear answers at this time. Again, we do know that the shooter is dead due to a confrontation with police. It appears, and several organizations are reporting, that the individual seemed to be going to a fourth, was either at or going to a fourth residential location, where it is believed that individual, I'm presuming it's a man, it may have been a woman, we don't know. Well, actually, we do know. We do know the shooter is a male. It is presumed that they had some connection at that fourth location, apparently. Again, a lot of details are not known. We don't know if the male shooter, if these were immigrants, if these were refugees, if these were legal or illegal individuals. We do not know at this time if it was an American citizen, black or white. We have no answers on these things. I wish I could give you answers. We do not have them at this time. But I do believe that it will make a difference if this is an illegal individual, if this was someone who was a refugee that could have been prevented from, if there was not proper vetting and that individual came into America, that's a problem. If they were a legal alien that avoided all proper vetting, that could be a cause and a problem, whether they're a gang member or not. There's just, I shouldn't even speculate on this, because there are far too many variables at this time to even try to speculate. I do want to try and keep up on this story and try and get details on that, if at all possible. For some reason, my chat is down at the moment. I'm not seeing my chat. Sorry, it seems to be not working properly. But I will work on that throughout the show. Please let me know if you see further updates on this. Again, within the last hour, news has been going national and international on this very shocking event. I am completely dismayed. I don't have words, and the details will tell us a lot about this. Uh, we do know that there are many, many gun laws in the state of Louisiana. It is ranked about 34th, according to the very progressive Everytown USA uh, ranking. Louisiana is ranked 34th in gun laws. They have gun laws including background checks, concealed carry, the extreme risk protection orders, otherwise known as red flag laws. They have no shoot fruit, no shoot first, storage and security. Let's see. They have a lot of these, no guns in bars, no guns in schools. So they have a lot of these laws that many of the more progressive anti-Second Amendment organizations would want, and none of them made a difference. Not one gun control law made a bit of difference. I hate when I have to report stories like this. I really do. Gun control is one of the most hot button issues in America. It's right up there with abortion. It's a massive issue because gun violence is a concern. And without fear mongering, it is a big cause of death in America, although not the extremes that we see often from the left-leaning progressive news media. They always like to quote, well, there's about 50,000, 60,000 people that die each year. They leave out the fact that roughly 25, 30,000 of those who die are because of suicides. The numbers are much lower than the sensational headlines that are often used. But there is a real and present threat, though not as magnified as the news media would like. We know that about 6,000 to 7,000 of the remaining, after you take out suicides, the remaining number of gun violence deaths are by gangs, often from foreign gangs like MS-13 or Tren de Aragua and others like it. We see just even local gangs like in Detroit, like in Chicago, where we see a lot of just American local gangs just fighting against each other. But that still means several thousand people that die every year from handguns. That's when we see most of these things, these are handguns. And it is not clear if the shooting in Louisiana, in Shreveport, was with a handgun or a rifle or some other firearm, could be a shotgun. Based on the nature of what has been stated at this point, I believe it's probably a handgun. Again, I have no indication of that. I have no proof of that. It just, based on what's being reported, it sounds like this individual had a handgun and did this. So many of the gun ban laws, which are targeting assault weapons, so-called assault weapons, which would just be a rifle, do not apply. And again, it's the problem that I think, and I know I'm a little disjointed here because this is shocking news and it is just breaking news. The problem with a lot of the gun control laws are that they're targeting the wrong thing. They're looking for the sensational headline, and they're targeting the big, scary guns that you've probably seen in movie after movie. This is why they target AR-15s, AK-47s. These are scary-looking guns, rifles modeled after or similar to those used by the military. But that's not where the majority of gun violence comes from. 60% of all gun violence is by a handgun. So by targeting assault weapons, they completely miss the overwhelming majority of the problem. And that's just a reality. I mean, the very assault weapons that we've seen bans across this country on represent about 2% of all mass shootings in America year after year. It's historically about 2.1%. They're targeting the wrong problem. We see things like the red flag laws that are pushed out now are in 19 states, including DC. And that's ineffective. It doesn't stop anything. They're targeting the wrong groups. They're targeting a one law fixes everything. When the problem with gun violence is much bigger and much more diverse than just one thing. That's like saying that the shooting that just happened in Louisiana is exactly the same as the Tennessee trans shooter, as an example, or the shootings that we saw in Minneapolis and Minnesota, that they're all exactly the same and they're caused by exactly the same problem. They're not by a long shot. And this is important to understand. So no one single law is going to fix all of those problems. In fact, they all have different causes and therefore different resolutions. Again, some of the problem is by gangs. Some of it is because of illegal aliens. Some of it is because of a lack of medication or identifying mental health issues and risks. Some of it is because of medications that individuals are on. Some are because of a firm affirmation ideology, like in the case of the trans shooters. These are all different issues that require different, honest conversations. And we're not getting honest conversations in this nation when it comes to firearms and firearm safety and gun control. Instead, they're saying, oh, we'll just get rid of the guns. Just pass a law and take away everyone's guns. That's the main message we're hearing from the left, from those who don't like the Second Amendment. And that isn't a realistic answer. That just doesn't stop these things from happening. It's like saying, well, nuclear weapons are bad. Just ban all the nuclear weapons. It doesn't work like that. That's not the reality. It may make you feel good, and it's great to say that, and that's a wonderful virtue signal, but that's not anywhere near the reality that we live with, nor does it go anywhere near providing a solution. I don't know. Maybe it's me. And again, excuse me. I'm a little thrown off. I was not expecting to start with that news, that breaking news, this very shocking event. But at the end of the day, we need to have a really serious conversation in this nation about gun control. We need to have a serious conversation about firearms. And the answer isn't just get rid of the Second Amendment. That's just stupid. That's not realistic. That's not an answer. That's politicking. That's fear-mongering. That's just trying to get votes. We need to have a serious conversation about mental health. We need to talk about affirmation policies. We need to talk about employment and fathers in families, or the lack of fathers in families. These are just 4 of major conditions, and also illegal immigration. So 5 major issues that affect gun violence in America that are all glossed together as if they're all the same thing. They're not. And if we can't have an honest conversation that the problem isn't a firearm in and of itself, that's just not a problem. It's a piece of metal. It's a tool. The problem is the individuals using that tool. Why are those individuals driven to senselessly harm children, as we see here, as we saw in Tennessee, as we saw in Minneapolis? Why? We don't have an answer for that, but we're also not talking about it to get an answer for it. And that's one of the biggest problems. It's one of the biggest problems. We're not looking at these issues honestly, because it's a difficult issue or issues, and they have difficult solutions. And it's not as simple as we just write a new law and it'll fix everything. It's not that simple. I wish it were. If it was, we have 22,000 gun laws in America at the local, state, and federal level. If it was as simple as write a law, we'd have fixed it all by now. But obviously, that's not the case. There's more to it than just pass a law. I hate when people say that. It pisses me off so much when I hear people simple-mindedly say, well, just pass a law. Often we're talking about criminals in many of these cases over and over again. We're talking about people who are mentally deranged and or criminals. They don't care about laws. Passing a law may make you feel good because you're a leftist in some elite little neighborhood and you feel safe. And it's like, oh, I feel good now. That doesn't actually fix anything. It doesn't make anyone feel or be safer. And screw feel safer to actually be any safer. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. I mean, I don't believe, and I have yet to hear an argument that tells me, Mike, well, no, the answer is just get rid of all the guns. That just doesn't make any sense to me. That's ridiculous because of all the things that are involved with that, all the consequences of that, and the ineffectiveness of just get rid of the guns. Let's get rid of all of the assault weapons, whatever that's supposed to mean, because that's just, by definition, a stupid term. Created in 1984 by a California Democrat because he wanted to scare. He wanted to fearmonger his voters, and it was very effective. It's not true, doesn't exist. I don't know. I'm sorry if this isn't cohesive like we normally are on this program, and much of the content we try to present is very cohesive and thought out before we have this conversation. I'm just reacting emotionally right now. I'm reacting to this senseless children. 8 children. That's just, it's mind-boggling to me. It makes no sense. No matter how bad your life is, no matter how terrible it is, no matter how terrible a person you might be, why target children? By accident or on purpose, why target children? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. That just upsets me. I don't know. Maybe it's me. I mean, maybe you say, well, there's no difference. You know, it's horrible when it happens to adults. It's horrible when it happens to children. It is horrible when it happens to adults. But children, I mean, truly, the most innocent of us all, the most defenseless of us all, that really affects me. And again, it's not the problem of it's not the firearm. I don't know. This guy could have had a bazooka. He could be running around with an M60. He could have a Vulcan mini machine gun. That doesn't make the difference. The firearm isn't the problem. It's the person. It's what drove that person to do that. Look, I don't care. If you are having problems right now, often we always say, look, if life is, you're having dark thoughts, life is overwhelming you, reach out. Reach out to the suicide hotline. Talk to people. Go online. There are millions of people at every minute of every day. There are tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people around the world who are online. Reach out to anyone and say, hey, I just want to talk. Can someone just talk to me? I got a problem. And you could talk to a stranger who knows nothing about you, and they can just give you advice, or they can just hear you out. That's not a reason to use a firearm to inflict violence on innocent individuals. You're having a problem, you're getting divorced, you have a problem with your husband, your wife, your whomever. Talk to someone. Reach out. It may not be the best answer. You may not get an answer that you like, but it's a hell of a lot better than doing something stupid and harming children. Call me naive. That's just Reach out and talk to anyone and everyone. Go on Facebook, go on X, go on whatever platform you want. Rant all day and night and let people feed back and talk to you about it. Just leave the kids alone. God, leave the kids alone. It messes with me, folks. I've been doing this too many years, and my chat is not working at the moment, and I don't know why it's not registering at the moment. I've been doing this too long. I've seen too many of these kinds of stories, and I've seen the response. And I can tell you right now, I don't even need to look. There's going to be the usual suspects on the left that are going to come out and say, oh my God, the answer is we just have to ban all the guns. We got to get rid of the Second Amendment. We have to punish those evil gun owners. By the way, half of America owns a firearm. Half of America. Over 170 million people own a firearm. Many of them women. The problem isn't the firearms. Can we get past that idiocy? The problem isn't the firearms. If the problem were firearms, there are 450 million firearms in America. 450 million. Owned by 170 million individuals. Some of them are Democrats, some of them are leftists, some of them are members of Antifa, as well as people on the right. If the problem were firearms, none of us would be alive. That's not the problem. The problem is not the firearms. We need to actually deal with the root causes, and there's not just one. We need to actually pay attention to the details. I'm so fed up with politicians that treat this like it's a one thing fixes everything kind of solution, or the really mop heads that just go around, these sniveling politicians that use this for their political gain, and they run around saying, I'll pass one law and it will make everybody safe. You're a liar, and they know it. That's just them getting political gain. It's they're leeches. And I hate that. And the news media today, the rest of the day, you'll hear people on X and on Facebook and on, of course, CNN and MS Now are going to be blasting this. The Huffington Post, the Daily Cost, they're going to be blasting around saying, aren't you afraid? Guns are so dangerous. That's just the answer. Get rid of all the guns. Everyone who owns a gun is evil. And that is such an ineffective, inefficient lie. It is such fear-mongering meant only to raise up. That's them. They're going to ask you and say, oh, and we'll pass that law, but we need you to donate another $5. Donate $5 more. Donate $50, $500, $5,000 so we can get rid of all the guns, so we can pass one more law on, make it 23,000 laws instead of 22,000 laws, and you'll be safe. We've heard this from Cuomo when he passed the SAFE Act in New York. We heard this when the red flag laws were passed in 19 different states. Since 2000, we've seen red flag laws. It doesn't work. You're not addressing the root problem. Some politicians are making money off of this to make you feel like, oh, we fixed it now. It's not a problem anymore. And then we get something like the Tennessee trans shooter. We get something like the shootings in Minnesota at the church. We get things like what's happening right now in Louisiana with 8 kids because of a domestic dispute, because they never actually fixed anything. They didn't even try. They just emotionally manipulated the public to raise some money for themselves, to get some extra votes so that their political party, their political agenda had some leverage. And no one's helped out. No one's made safer. We're no closer to fixing the problem. I'm 58 years old. The problem has always, these problems continue to exist for half a century that I've been consciously alive. we keep dealing with the same things. And it just annoys me. So many children we could have helped otherwise. I'm sorry. I'm ranting. I'm ranting a bit. I'm ranting, and in my chat, I don't know what's going on with Restream. My chat is down at the moment, so I apologize. I'm not seeing comments at the moment. I apologize for that. Just trying. Yeah, the system is just not resetting. Let me. Can it? Sorry, I'm trying to fix my chat because I want to hear what everyone else is saying about this. I'm sure someone has left a comment, and I apologize that I'm not seeing anyone's comments at the moment because my chat is acting wonky. It's just wonky. It's just not working for me right now. Nope, it's still not working. I don't know why. I'll fix that as soon as I can. Anyway. Rant over. I will be following up on this throughout the show. We will talk more about it as we see further updates. I'll be double checking as much as I can. Let me go forward. So, for those who don't know, normally we cover we cover breaking news, international, local, domestic issues. And we try and give you the most information that we can. I've been doing this about 20 years now. Political commentary being live. This is the 9th year we've been doing this Sunday live stream. And we do enjoy speaking with everyone as much as we can, as long as technology is working. And I apologize that we're having difficulties. Hang on, I'm going to try and fix this right now. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, hey, that fixed it. That fixed my chat. All right, let me see the chat. So we've got comments here from a couple of people. Bear with me, guys. I'm bringing up your comments now so that we can talk about everything. I know there are more comments here. I think the first one was from Alabama Barbie. Rant was needed. Yeah, Mom, I get it. Sometimes I cover a lot of these things, these stories over the years, but every so often it just hits me. It just gets to me. And in this case, with eight kids, that just got me. I see there's a comment here from Hal. Hal is with us. He says, "You nailed it earlier. How did this person's beef or issue get extended to children?" That's the part that really upsets me about this one. That's the thing that gets me. How? I don't care what you're angry about. Why is it got to be involving kids? He goes on to say, "We know the ages are from 1 to 14. Disgusting, to put it mildly." Yeah, that's why I'm upset. What does a 1-year-old have to do with any problem in your life? No matter what it is. No matter what it is, why would you want to harm a child, a 1-year-old? It just, my God. We also have a comment here from Michael Bowie. Hey, Michael. He goes, 2009, 13 killed plus the shooter. Yes, that's the Binghamton shooting, which was the first time I was doing live coverage of an event like that. I lived in Binghamton in 2009. And I lived that was the American Civic Center shooting. The American Civic Center was 4 blocks away from me, believe it or not. It was actually my day off, the day that happened. And I got a phone call from a friend that said, "Are you safe? There's something, some kind of shooting in Binghamton, and I think it's near where you live." I'm like, they mentioned the Civic Center. I'm like, "Yeah, it's 4 blocks from me. What's going on?" And suddenly I went out and I was actually doing live coverage of that. And that's actually what kind of kicked off the entire show. of me doing all of this, and in the way that I do political commentary now. It was just mind-boggling to me. Mind-boggling. I think my what do you call it? My chat is back. So someone leave some comments and let me know. I think the chat is fixed now. So I apologize if I was missing comments while it was live. Yeah, this one, it affects me. It affects me when it's children. All right. So as breaking news goes on, we will cover that more throughout the entire show. I do want to make people aware, we do try and keep an open mind on this program. And if you did not see it, we were talking with a Mr. Jose Vega. For those who are unfamiliar, he is a candidate for the New York 15th District congressional race, going up against the incumbent, and that would be Democrat Richie Torres. Jose Vega is a Democrat, or at least he's running on the Democratic line. He is a progressive socialist, I think is the best way to describe him. And I did an interview with him. People often think, well, Mike, you only deal with MAGA. You only talk about the right. You only talk about things from a conservative Republican point of view. That's not true. We are always open to talk to members of the left, especially elected officials and candidates. The problem is most of them don't do it. We were able to speak with Jose Vega. He's currently a 2026 midterm election candidate. In fact, we were trying to reach out. Jose Vega was running in 2024. You may have seen him on Tim Pool and Hard Lens Media and a bunch of other programs back in 2024 when he first got noticed politically nationally. We were actually the second news organization that reached out to him to give him a voice and to do an interview with him. And he was all set to do it. And then he got famous and got on programs like Tim Pool and others. And he decided to ignore us. Now that he's no longer famous as much, and I spoke with Mr. Vega, with Jose in person about this, because I had another event with him. Bygones are bygones. He's running again. He did an interview with us. And you can see that for yourself on our channel. That was just a regular video that we have up. I do invite people to look to know what's going on in our Congress and in our communities, some of the things that he's promoting. I think it's important for voters to know about that. That's not to say that Jose Vega is a bad guy. He's just a leftist. And I think you would find it quite interesting to hear that interview. We may play it during the break on the program. Let me move further. So one of the things I thought was interesting this week, Bill Maher decided to do a monologue to open his program. And he pointed out something that I think is very important because it shows the dysfunction that's in America right now. Part of the problem with the conversations that we're having is not just that they're so partisan, it's that many of the discussions going on are so vague, so vapid. The left has nothing to offer, and therefore we get all of the smoke screens to make us very emotional because they're not actually talking about anything. This isn't something that I just came up with, by the way. This isn't just my idea.
New rule to everyone who's been...
I'm going to play in just a second. This is from Bill Maher. And I think it's kind of, come on. There we go. I think it's kind of interesting and important to hear what he had to say about this. So I want you to hear what he says here, because I think it's pretty important.
Stopping me lately and asking, Bill, if by some weird fluke Stephen A. Smith doesn't run for president?
The joke there is Stephen A. Smith is probably one of the most prominent Democrats at this moment. He's probably one of the best voices for Democrats at this time. Stephen A. Smith knows nothing about politics. He is a neophyte. He is misguided in many of the things he's talking about. And yet he might be one of the leading contenders for the 2028 presidential election. And that's what the joke is. Everyone's laughing because anyone who follows politics and actually does analysis, Stephen A. Smith is a terrible candidate. He's horrible. He knows nothing about what he's talking about. And he even will occasionally admit he doesn't know what he's talking about. But yet he wants to be president, as many have found. And that's why Bill Maher is joking about it. But he's maybe one of the best candidates Democrats have. That's scary. And one of the things that makes Stephen Smith so popular isn't that he's a sports broadcaster, so he's known for being on TV and being a news journalist, sports journalist. It's because he's black. That's the big push for Stephen Smith. He is an articulate, publicly known black man who's a Democrat. And that's it. And that's elevated him to the level of a potential Democratic candidate, national candidate. That's ridiculous. That's just stupid. And so that's why Bill Maher is making fun of him. But let's go on.
Who are we going to get? Well, I'm going to tell you. But first, a word from common sense. The Democratic Party's current approval rating is 21%, which...
That's abysmal. Mind you, Republicans are at about 30%, which is also abysmal. But 21%, this is amongst Democrats. There's a problem, a fundamental problem with America that Bill Maher is now making. He's making light of it, but this is serious. This is a serious breakdown of our society.
Which is only slightly more popular than Kanye's swastika shirts. Maybe that's why, according to a new Gallup poll, 45% of Democrats want the party to move to the center, which is up 11 points from...
And there you go. It's one of the biggest problems. The Democrats have gone too far left. The Democratic Party has left the Democratic populace. Their own party isn't Democrat enough or leftist enough to be a Democrat. And that's pretty important, that we're seeing our parties become so hyper partisan that the main people who identify in those parties aren't represented anymore. You can make somewhat of the same argument, not exactly, to the Republicans and the conservative movement, that in many ways they've gone so far right that many Republicans are no longer being counted there. Although I think that's far, far less. Yes, there's a lot of Americans, a lot of Republicans and Americans that believe in America first. That's a universal message. Yes, there's a lot of Americans who believe in making America great again. MAGA, the shortened version, which is meant to take out the full meaning of what it is, make America great again. That's a universal, make America great again, universal message. But it's not good for Democrats. It's not good for the politicians on the left because they work off of division. And that division is within their own party. This is destroying America. This is bad for everyone. This isn't, as much as I'm looking at it going, well, that's because Democrats are horrible, but that doesn't help America.
4 years ago. Now, whenever a political party finds a real star president, the other side always says, well, we have to find our Bill Clinton, our Reagan, our Obama. Well, the Democrats need to find their Trump, not the authoritarian part, but the part where a politician...
But Trump's not an authoritarian. See, he's got to put digs in there. He's got to make it good enough. He has to virtue signal through this to make the left feel happy and listen to the rest of what he has to say. But he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Other than the authoritarian part, he's not wrong.
Bonds with everyday Americans because he talks like them.
It's not that Trump talks like Americans, because G.W. Bush talk like other Americans. The question isn't how he talks, it's what he says. This is fundamental. This is something that Bill Maher doesn't get because he's an elitist. He's a leftist elitist. And he may be having some contrition because prices are a little bit high for him. He's not able to live as luxuriously because his friends are noticing that there's some problems. But the fact is, Democrats don't talk to people, and they don't listen, and they don't obey. They're too busy trying to demand that you obey. And I think that's a fundamental problem, which Bill Maher isn't quite getting here. It's not that Donald Trump talks like everyone else, because he doesn't. Bigly. How many people use bigly as a regular term? Nobody does. No, it's not that he speaks like other people do. He says the things that people are talking about, that they're living through. This is something that Bill Maher misses completely.
And the good news for Democrats is they have that guy, and his name is John Fetterman.
No. I get where Bill Maher is seeing it. And this is, again, an example of the divide that's in America right now and within Democrats. Because Bill Maher, a hyper elitist leftist who's living in his own ivory tower in isolation, he looks at John Fetterman and says, well, John Fetterman's just like common man. John Fetterman's not even close. But the thing is, John Fetterman is probably one of the closest things that the Democratic Party has to offer on a national level, at least. He's the closest thing to being an average guy. And the thing is, John Fetterman, who votes Democrat, straight down the line, Democratic Party, roughly 85% of the time, that's considered not Democrat enough. John Fetterman is getting kicked out, or they're attempting to kick John Fetterman out of the Democratic Party for being a straight down the line Democrat 85% of the time. There's your fundamental problem. And Bill Maher is not getting this. He's trying to say, no, you just got to be more folksy. You got to talk like other people talk. Essentially, from his elitist point of view, you got to talk down to America. This is a problem that he doesn't identify. It's not that John Fetterman is talking like everyone else. He's saying what everyone else is saying. He's responding to the things that people are concerned about, and he's actually trying to address solutions that people are putting forth. Now, most of the time, 85% of the time, I disagree with John Fetterman. And I fundamentally continue to say that John Fetterman is a fundamental problem. He's not a solution. John Fetterman is flawed. One of his biggest flaws is that he's mentally incapable of doing the job. He is mentally defective, and that is a medical condition. That's not a personal attack. He medically is not capable of doing the job. So he shouldn't be president. He shouldn't be a senator. He shouldn't be in politics. I've always said that. I continue to say that. But the 15% of the time that I like John Fetterman, it's because he's doing what people want him to do. And that's the thing that Bill Maher can't conceive of. He's like, well, it's the way he says things. No, it's what he says. It's substance, not surface level. 15% of the time, John Fetterman has a clue, and Bill Maher never does. Let's go on.
After the election, instead of curling up in a ball, Fetterman went to Mar-a-Lago.
Because that's where the president was. And rather than attacking Donald Trump, he actually had a conversation with him. He actually got to find out what's going on in the mind of our president. And that's more effective than just trying to attack him all day. Actually having a conversation, trying to find a commonality, trying to find something that would benefit the state of Pennsylvania and the United States. That's a much more effective plan. And Democrats demonized John Fetterman for actually talking to the president. How dare you talk to him? It's Trump. How can you talk to Trump? Are you a Trumper? Whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. Wait a minute. His job isn't, and we're going to see this with Kathy Hochul later on in the show. Democrats have this idea that their job is to fight the guys they don't like in politics, that their job description is, well, you don't have the same political ideology as me, so I have to tear you down. That's not their job. That's not their purpose. Their job isn't to make the other party look bad, the other leader look bad. That's not their job. Their job is to work with other people to pass the best law, to protect the people the best way they can, to run the government in the best way possible. Their job isn't to fight. Their job isn't to pick a fight with the president. The president has an entirely different set of rules and goals, objectives from the Constitution. Congress has an entirely different set of rules and goals and objectives. They're not supposed to be fighting each other. They're supposed to be doing different jobs. But today, if you actually talk to someone on the other side, especially from the left, the right is more willing to do it. Like I said, I'll talk to Jose Vega. I'll talk to Richie Torres. Richie Torres has an open invitation to come onto this program. I've interviewed leftists before. That's not the problem. And being on the right, that's okay. But on the left, you can't do that. That's a problem. That's a big, big problem. Let me go on.
Trump assumed he was one of the guys from January 6th.
Again, he has to pander. And of course, he has Fareed Zechariah and another guy on the program, and they have to laugh. Oh my God, ha ha ha, virtue signal. Wasting time, virtue signal.
And afterwards, Trump said he's not liberal or conservative. He's just a common sense person, which is beautiful. And that's the kind of gay adjacent respect Trump usually reserves for Putin.
Again, he has to make the joke, but the serious part is, yeah, Fetterman approached Trump as a human being and as someone who he could work with. And Trump was willing to put out his hand and try to work with him. We would hope that's what our presidents would do. That's what the president is supposed to do. That's what Congress is supposed to do with the president. Not antagonize him so that the next election, my party wins and gains more power. That's not the job. And if you're worried about the political, and we saw that under the Biden-Harris administration most recently, we saw it under Obama as well. If you're busy trying to just fight the other side, you're not doing your job, and America suffers. Again, Bill Maher, as he makes his jokes, misses this. He's missing it.
Trump and Fetterman actually have a lot in common. They're both plain-spoken anti-elitists who come from money.
They're not quite plain-spoken. And I wouldn't say they're anti-elitist. They're both elitists. Remember, John Fetterman is an Antifa progressive. That's what he ran on initially. That was his claim to fame. He was an elitist. He was an activist. He may have changed his mind since because he had a stroke and his brain works better now than it did before. But no, he was an elitist. Donald Trump is an elitist. He's a billionaire. By definition, he started off as a multimillionaire. He's now a billionaire. He's an elitist. They're not common people. Let's not confuse that.
Married exotic immigrant ladies, went to Ivy League schools, and aren't afraid to take on their own party.
I don't know that either of them really take on their own party as much as we hear from the left all the time. But that's just because they're not constantly saying obey, obey, obey. But he's essentially correct in his analysis.
And when the wind catches Trump's hair just right, they're both 6'8".
Of course, orange man bad. Let's make a joke because orange man bad. But listen to the core serious nature of this.
Look, here's the thing. Voters aren't really savvy about the issues, but they do have made it clear what is important to them. Authenticity, balls, and charisma. Trump has that package.
It also helps to have a plan. That's also very big with voters. Look, he's right. The average voter out there, the average American isn't very savvy. They're political junkies. We're what, 10, 15% of the population, whether it's on the left or right. We make up about 10, 15% of the population. I'm a political junkie. The average person doesn't spend 1/3 the amount of time I spend on doing research every single day. That's just not going to happen. That doesn't happen. But to say that people only care about the surface, and again, Bill Maher only sees the surface level. Oh, do you have, look, these guys have brass balls. They also have plans. They have solid solutions. Whether you agree with those solutions or not, entirely different. But they have solutions. And they're willing to stand by those solutions and to advocate for those solutions. And that's why Americans respect them. It's not the brass balls. It's the fact that they have a solution and no one else is offering a solution. This is what Bill Maher misses. This is what is essentially being missed by the left. They're like, look, be bombastic, be confrontational, be over the top. That's not why Trump is as well liked as he is, better than they would imagine, far more so than they constantly want you to think he is. They want you to think, oh my God, he's such an evil, he's been convicted, he's blah, blah. And yet 77 million people, with everything they've said about him to demonize him for the last 11 years, people voted for him. People still support him and his issues. It's not because he's bombastic. It's not because he has brass balls. It's because he has a solution. Same thing can be said about Fetterman, especially that 15% the Democratic Party despise Fetterman for are solutions. They just don't like those solutions. Those solutions aren't being offered by the Democratic Party. Those aren't solutions that will help Democrats win the next election. That's why they're mad at John Fetterman. It's not because he's bombastic, not because he's willing to stand up and make a claim. It's because he has a solution, but it's not going to help Democrats get elected. It's not going to help them maintain power, but it will be good and effective for America. And they don't care about that. That's the part they don't care about. And that's the part that Bill Maher is not going to tell his audience. That's the part he's not going to say out loud. He wants you to think it's only surface level. There's more to this. But we will never get to that, and we will never actually get any solutions. Again, going back to gun control, we won't get the solutions if we're just looking at the surface level. If we have one of the major parties of this nation, and they will refuse to actually look at the underlying substance of the issues, then we'll never get a solution. If they're refusing to deal with anything except how it looks, and that's all they're worried about, and that's all they're trying to get votes on, if that's the only thing they're targeting, they will fail, but that fails America at the same time. And that's the problem.
And so does Fetterman. He's only been a senator 2 years, and he's already more famous than most of his colleagues. Quick, I dare you to name this sad-looking lady from Washington State who's been in the Senate for 30 years.
I always forget her name, but I know who she is.
You can't.
By the way, she's a Democrat.
Teach charisma or balls. Fetterman is that rare Democrat who's not afraid to put the woke nonsense peddlers in his own party in their place, saying things like, wanting a secure border and realizing that it was out of control. That doesn't mean you're a xenophobe or a racist.
But it's what Fetterman said was substantive. And there again, Bill Maher's missing it. He's like, oh, well, this is brass balls. This is about his charisma. No, it's about the substantive statement he made. And he's right. Securing the border isn't about being xenophobic. Securing the border isn't about racism. It never was. But if you're looking at just the surface level, which is what the left have sold it as, they sell it as xenophobia because it's easy to make that illusion, that false logical step, and say, look, it looks like it's racism, it looks like xenophobia, so it must be. That's purely surface level. It's not substantive. And that's why on issues like immigration, Democrats lose because they're not looking at anything substantive. They're only surface level. And the American people who have to live with the consequences of immigration, they have to live with the consequences of the illegal aliens, whether it be crime or just a higher burden in terms of paying for housing and schooling and food. They have to live with those substantive real world problems. Democrats are like surface level. Well, you're just being xenophobic. No, I'm actually having to deal with higher taxes. I have to deal with higher prices for housing, as an example. I have to deal with competition. I can't be seen by a doctor faster because there are more illegal aliens filling up the hospital, taking up the time. We have to raise more money for Medicare and Medicaid because we're spending it on illegal aliens in emergency rooms instead of spending it on American citizens. In New York City, we spend $81,000 on the homeless, but it's not getting to the homeless because we're spending $5 billion. Where's that money going? To illegal aliens. I'd rather spend $5 billion on the homeless. It doesn't cost that much. It shouldn't cost that much to fix that problem. But we're wasting our money and our time and our effort. We're wasting it because we're so busy trying to take care of the illegal aliens. Again, it's substance that the American people live with every day. It's substantive. And it does take brass balls to stand up and say to people, especially in your own party, that don't want to hear it, that you're missing the boat, that you're focused on the wrong problem, that you're only dealing with the surface level, the way it looks, and how someone might feel about the way it looks. You're so busy virtue signaling, you don't get to the substance. And that's why the problem festers and it continues to exist. And Bill Maher is part of that problem. Even as he's poking a finger at other Democrats going, oh, look, surface level, look, we just have to be bombastic. Wrong. But he doesn't get it because he's an elitist. And he's perfectly happy with the surface level because it keeps him as an elitist. But he misses the boat about substantive actual change because he doesn't talk to regular people. He doesn't live around regular people. He doesn't deal with regular people. He doesn't go out and talk to real people. He talks to a bunch of politicians and Hollywood elites. He doesn't know what it is to be just average. He doesn't even try. Let's go on.
He's been unequivocally pro-Israel, as are most Americans, and when pro-Palestinian protesters showed up at his home, he went up on the roof and waved an Israeli flag.
What's the point of that?
Fetterman says the four words that strike fear in the heart of every Republican who wants to hang on to power. I am not woke.
That's not a fear. Again, that's surface level. Again, that's a fear that Democrats think Republicans have. It's not a problem. Look, he's a Democrat and he's not woke. Okay, but that's not what makes Fetterman interesting to the right. It's that he's substantive. The substance of not being woke, the fact that he is paying attention to the public, the fact that he is paying attention to his constituents and actually talking to them. That's the thing that, if you're talking about competition, if you're talking about, how are Democrats going to run against the Republicans when we see John Fetterman doing this? It's not because he's not woke. It's because he's actually paying attention. He's actually doing his job. But Bill Maher is advising a lot of the elitist Democrats in our government and activism, they follow Bill Maher religiously. They constantly look and quote everything he's doing. He's one of their icons, and they don't get that they are missing the boat on this, completely missing the boat.
That's why Trump won, not because Americans were clamoring for tariffs on margarita mix. Going where the American people are on crime and immigration, gosh, it's so crazy it just might work.
Going where people are. I love that how he says that. He went to where people are. Again, surface level. No. He addressed the consequences of illegal immigration, because again, he's playing games here. Immigration. Well, there's legal immigration and illegal immigration. No Republican is worried about legal immigrants. We're not arguing about that. That's not part of the conversation. That's never coming up from the right. But only the left sees there is no difference between illegal immigration and legal immigration. My conversation with Jose Vega, and you can see it in the interview I had with Jose Vega. Jose Vega doesn't recognize the difference between legal migrants and illegal aliens. He thinks they're all the same. He thinks our reaction to them is all the same. Jose Vega wants an open door. You can listen to the conversation, listen to his own words. I bring that up directly. He makes no difference. That's the problem that Bill Maher is missing. The left are missing this because real people who have to deal with the consequences of these policies, they do recognize the difference between the illegal aliens that are a burden on our system and legal migrants that help to promote and benefit our communities and our system. There's a massive, vast ocean of difference between the two. But Jose Vega is in my opinion, is an extremist leftist. I've said this to his face. I don't think he gets it. But I can also tell you that Bill Maher absolutely has no clue. He has no clue. I don't want to focus more on Bill Maher, but I wanted to make this clear. You can listen to the rest of the clip. It just continues like this. And then he goes into Pete Buttigieg. Like somehow Pete Buttigieg is the next best thing because Pete Buttigieg is gay. And because Pete Buttigieg is trying to change the surface level of how he looks. Oh, I'm not going to use pronouns anymore. That doesn't make you a better candidate. Oh, well, I'm standing up to some of the far left things. It's surface level. The entire conversation that Bill Maher is having is completely surface level. And that's what Democrat politics is right now. It is as shallow as a raindrop. It doesn't fix anything. And that's the problem we have with, and we saw this under the Biden administration. We saw this under the Obama administration. As much as people want to elevate Barack Obama like he's some kind of god in terms of politics, he wasn't. But he's been praised as if he has been. People want to say, oh, well, look, Donald Trump, he had a meme where he was like Jesus. Obama runs around and Democrats treat him like Jesus. Think about that for a second, folks. Obama is treated as if he was the reincarnation of Jesus in modern days, at least according to many Democrats. He can say no wrong. He can do no wrong. He did no wrong. Did you forget that he had over a dozen different scandals while he was in office? How he broke the law? He killed American citizens without a crime or a trial or an arrest. Did you forget that? Of course they did. But I found that interesting, and I wanted to bring that up because I think it's important. I really do. Bear with me. I'm trying to fix my chat. Okay, hang on. I'm going to try and fix my chat button here again. See if there's any more chat. Sorry about that. Trying to fix my chat. See if that's going to fix it. I'm not sure if the chat is fixed or if it's just not showing up. I apologize if you're trying to leave a chat. I can't see it at the moment. Again, my system is acting up today. I don't know why. But that was Bill Maher, and I thought that was kind of interesting. That the problem, even as the left is trying to self-correct, their self-correction is surface level. And as long as we have half of our government, realistically, because you can be third party, libertarians, Green Party, DSA, the Socialists of America, none of them exist. They don't mean anything. And I know my friends who are libertarians will be pissed off of hearing me say that, but let me deal with it on a national level. They don't exist. They're not important. So our politics at the moment are just left and right. You're Republican, you're Democrat. That's our politics. There is no such thing as an independent. Bernie Sanders isn't an independent. He's a Democrat. Through and through, he's a leftist, and leftists are Democrats. Because if they weren't, working families would not be a party across the nation. They would have no power. The progressive movement would have no power. But with the Democrats, then they have power. And that's the problem we see with them. And as long as all of these groups that are in the parties, left and right, the more they deal with nothing but surface level, the less solutions we have, and the worse America becomes in terms of being able to be lived. We'll still be better than living in, I don't know, Chile. It'll still be better to be an American than to live in Angola. It's still going to be better to be having to struggle in your life in America than over in Laos. That's true. But in terms of where America could be and where it is, they're failing. We're falling apart. And it's because at least half of our government, Democrats, they're actually not trying to fix anything. They're dealing with the surface level. How do I feel? How does it look? How does it look? Am I being bombastic enough? Am I saying something loud enough? Am I yelling at the other guys enough? If that's your only solution, you have failed, and you are failing at your job in government. AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib are examples of this. Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer, they're examples of this. Oh my God, you guys look so bad. You're doing such a terrible job. They didn't do anything. They didn't offer anything. They have no solutions. I mean, unless, and to be fair to AOC, unless you believe you can build a train to go from California to Hawaii across the Pacific Ocean, unless you think we can do that, she's offered nothing of substance. And by the way, if you think we can do that, I have a bridge to sell you because you're out of your mind. It's not possible. It's unrealistic. And it's such a stupid idea that it is literally mockable and laughable. And yet AOC is she's trying to build up enough interest to run for president. The same person who tells you that you can build a train across the Pacific is running for the highest office in the world. She embarrassed herself in front of the entire world at Munich. Could not answer the most basic of international politics questions. Could not answer it. Any of the basic questions. And she thinks she's qualified to run. Think about that. Someone who's already been embarrassed on an international level and she wants to become president, do you think that the rest of the world is going to respect her if she were to be elected? They already know she's an idiot. She's a moron. So they do not want her in. But that's a little bit different. Yeah. But that's one aspect of it. Let me address something else. Let's get into the international. Let's talk international for a moment. And again, you may disagree with me, folks. You may think I'm wrong. That's okay. I'm happy to hear what you have to say. And as soon as I can fix my chat, I'll be looking for your chat comments, of course. But here it is. We've got the Iranian president. We have a problem with Iran. And surface level arguments do not fix this. Whether you agree with our conflict with Iran or not, in terms of how we're solving and resolving the issue with Iran, whether you agree with President Trump or not is a different question than what we're getting right now. And there is a serious problem for 47 years that has lingered between Iran and the United States. We've always had a problem with them. We continue to have it. And now we're getting a solution to it. If you think it's the wrong solution, that's a different question than, is there a problem? There is. Always has been for 47 years. So the question is, how are we resolving it? And the answer that's coming from the left is, don't do it. That's not a solution. The answer of saying, well, we can't have this conflict, we can't bomb Iran, that's not a solution to the problem. You may think bombing Iran isn't the best solution. You're getting no answer from the left. They have no counter offer. The problem already exists. We have to deal with this one way or another. And you have nothing offered from the left except, that feels bad. Again, completely surface level. Just like Bill Maher. Completely surface level. Donald Trump, he's just a cowboy. He's such a crazy guy. He's a crazy old man. That's not a solution. We shouldn't do that. How dare you do that? You're such a bad person. That's not a solution. Doesn't matter if that's how you feel. That's not a solution. We need solutions. Iran right now is saying, and this is coming from Reuters. This isn't a right-leaning news agency. Reuters is telling you, and they are quoting the president of Iran as he says they're keeping their nuclear material, that they want to continue to develop nuclear material, that Iran is going to make a nuclear bomb, that they're going to continue to make a nuclear bomb. This is one of the reasons why we're fighting, because we've always known that they are on the process to make a nuclear weapon, that they have continued to try everything they can to make a nuclear weapon. And a nuclear Iran is a danger to every nation on the face of the planet, which is the main reason why no one's pissed at America because Donald Trump is bombing Iran. No one is upset. They will say, oh, well, that wasn't a nice thing to do. Completely surface level. They'll say, oh, I don't want to be involved. Completely surface level. No one's saying, oh, we're not going to do any business with America because of this. No one has pulled their ambassadors from America because of this. America hasn't been shut out of any country in the world because of this. Because every country in the world is okay with America dealing with the problem that is Iran, because we're the only ones who can. And you may not like that. You may feel that that's bad, or America's being the police of the world, or it's empire building, or whatever you want to call it. But the fact is, the world isn't pissed off. The world isn't upset about this. They just don't want to be, they don't want to look like they're perfectly happy to let this happen. They're perfectly happy for America to deal with the problem that everyone recognizes. Because everyone knows Iran isn't going to give up its nuclear materials. That Iran is going to make a nuclear weapon if the IRGC, if the Ayatollah and the mullahs continue to run, and Iran is a fanatical theological government that supports terrorism, they will make a nuclear weapon, and that will be a tipping point for the world. Everyone recognizes that. And that's why no one's upset with Donald Trump. No one's upset with him. This is the problem. And Bill Maher isn't recognizing it. And he and the rest of the elite Democrats that are laughing and making their jokes and trying to get their people elected and putting in their donations are supporting a drop of rainwater's depth on this issue. They have no solution. They have no better answer. But they want you to vote for their guy because their guy feels like they're nicer. They're just nice people. They're not going to do the mean things. Governments need to do mean things sometimes. Sometimes the solution is being mean. Just the way of the world. It's a matter of humanity. Sometimes you have to be the bad guy. You have to do the bad thing. War is not something that I take lightly, nor would I recommend it lightly. But this is a threat, and it's not going away. Again, this is coming from Reuters. And the quote by Reuters of the Iranian president, Trump says Iran cannot make use of its nuclear rights. Its right to build a nuclear weapon. But that doesn't say for what crime. The crime, it's not a crime, it's just that no one trusts a theologically fanatical government that believes that if you don't agree with the Ayatollah, you need to be dead. They kill their own people for this reason. They stone their own people to death, throw them off of buildings because they don't believe what the Ayatollah says enough. And you want to give them a nuke? No, it's not a crime. It's crime prevention. And he goes on to say, who is he to deprive a nation of its rights? He's the leader of the free world. That's who Donald Trump is. America's an empire, whether you like it or not. We are an empire. We are a superpower. We are the superpower. And we are the guys who have the capability to actually stop Iran. And other nations don't. They don't have the will. They don't have the capability. America does. Under a president, a strong president, under a Trump president, we have the will and the capability. No other nation has that, which is why Iran has been allowed to fester for 47 years. You may not like that. That's the truth. That is the unvarnished truth. That is the substance of the situation. Not the surface level, that's the substance. Because the substance is, right now, Iran is telling you they want to build a nuke. And they're going to build a nuke. And as long as their government, the current existing government, as long as it exists, they will get a nuke. We have to deal with this. We were always coming to this point. We always were going to have to deal with this. And this is the only solution to it. And there is no offer of a solution from the other side. Okay. Let me take a moment here, folks. I need to walk my dog. It's a little bit early. I know it's only an hour and a half into the program. But my dog, he's 15 years old, as some of you may know, and he has Cushing's disease. And so when he needs to go to the bathroom, I got to go and take him. So I'm going to walk my dog. It's going to take about 45 minutes. And then I'll come back to the program and we'll pick up where we left off here in talking about the surface level nature of democratic politics, how it's negatively impacting all of us, and what's going on with the Iran, because there have been some new developments. We do know that there have been some changes with the Strait of Hormuz, both positive and now negative, that we need to address, and I'll talk about that. We'll talk a little bit more about what's going on, with what's happening in New York and around the country. We're going to have conversations on all that. I'm going to also try and fix my chat button. I don't know what's going on with that. But until then, what I will do is I'm going to play this. This is from the conversation between me and Jose Vega. No, still not fixed yet. With me and Jose Vega from earlier this week. You can hear the entire interview. I think you'll find it quite interesting. And then we'll go forward from there. Oh, and I'll be back at about 4:45. 4:45, we will be back. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, and I'm happy to be here with you today. It is April 16th, and it's early in the morning. In fact, just before some candidates are going out and getting petitions for the 2026 midterm elections. In fact, here in the Bronx, we are able to speak with one of those candidates, a candidate running for the New York 15th District, and you've probably heard of him before, a gentleman by the name of Jose Vega, and I'll be happy to be bringing him on. Now, Jose is an interesting man. He has been described as a Democrat, a progressive, a socialist, a LaRoucheite, and several other things as well. What I believe is the most important thing on this channel is to give you the opportunity to hear from him directly on why he is running for Congress and why you should vote for him if you choose to. So with nothing else said there, I want to introduce Jose Vega. How are you, Jose?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Happy to be here. Happy to be talking to your audience. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Actually, most recently, some people may be aware, or you will become aware, that Jose and I and Gonzalo Duran were doing a community TV special that'll be coming out in another week or so, and I do invite people to check that out as well. A little bit different of a format than this. This is more about the candidate, as opposed to that was more about just general issues, a little bit of political commentary overall. With that said, Jose, let me start off. I think my description of you, as you have been described by many sources, you've been on some large news media organizations in your first run for Congress in 2024. I think that's an accurate thing to say. You've been described as many different types of political candidate. How would you describe yourself?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say socialist. I wouldn't say, Democrat either, even though I am vying for the Democratic primary. Largely, I'm an independent, and I mean that in every sense of the word, But in terms of my economic principles, I adhere to the American system. The American system of economics was something that was created and developed by Alexander Hamilton, later developed on by people like Matthew Carey and Henry Carey, which was his son and also Lincoln's economic advisor. FDR used those American system principles to bring us out of the Great Depression. And it's the belief that you should measure an economy based on the progress of industrial development and growth, and also your ability to create better machine tool principles, while also measuring the standard of living as your measure of economic growth, as opposed to a GDP figure. So in other words, if you have, a functional living society of people who are able to get to work in a timely manner and are able to be well educated, well read, literate, are able to have health care and live long lives, and they're able to do that productively with great standards of living, then you have a good economy. Now that's phase one. And then the second phase, of course, is at what rate are you growing? At what rate are you making technological advancements? So,
okay, I have to clarify. So are you saying that you're a capitalist? Because some of those items that you're mentioning are socialist, normally identified with socialist programs. And if you're not a capitalist, but you're not a socialist, it's not clear, I'm sure, to some in the audience what you're defining there.
Well, it's interesting because this is largely a school or a principle of economics that has not been taught intentionally, really since Lincoln, frankly. Alexander Hamilton wrote a series of reports on manufacturing that were given to the United States Congress. And the idea was that he was arguing for us to develop, for the United States to develop its own industrial capabilities to produce things that would benefit the economy. So a modern day example would be high-speed rail, right? That a government investing in high-speed rail would produce a better economic output than having the same number of people who would work on, bringing high-speed rail to the country. Working on a casino or something would be more productive than just, constructing things just to construct things.
That's an interesting point of view. There's, especially as you go into the particulars, there may be pros and cons to that, especially if you're looking on a state level versus a national level. I'm not a fan of casinos. I'm on the record having opposed Proposition 1 that allowed casinos in New York State as is, and I'm against the New York City casinos because, again, I don't think that's going to be productive long term. None of them have been, but again, that would take a long time to discuss in and of itself. But let's move forward. So you're not quite a capitalist. You're not quite a socialist. You're something else that is not generally understood by most of the public, but you believe that's a positive for the public.
Yes, I do. I think this capitalist socialist divide, is a way in which people can become categorized and just easily classified so that, whatever side can dismiss the other, as opposed to engaging in the ideas that, I have to present, right? I'm not a capitalist. I'm not a socialist. Like I said, I'm a Hamiltonian, or an American system of economics, and I believe that his policies and his economic outlook are what built the country and developed the country. I guess the easier way to say it is like there was a time when Jefferson believed that, Jefferson was clearly one of the early capitalists, even before the word capitalism was used in the mainstream. He believed in free markets. He was very much this Adam Smith approach that, you should just start your own business. You should do things for yourself, and if everyone does that and everyone has equal opportunity, then that's a good society. Whereas Alexander Hamilton saw that it's the government's role to ensure that you can have good living standards and you can invest in your population to have greater economic output than just everybody doing things for themselves. It's why we have roads. It's why we have cities the way we do. It's why we have municipalities. So,
okay, that's one way of viewing it. Obviously, you are a student of history, and in fact, even though you are 27 years old, you are well-read and definitely a student of history, but you went to BCC College, Bronx Community College. I didn't notice, what was your degree?
I never finished.
Okay, I apologize. I thought I just...
Okay.
But you also have traveled overseas, though. You were in China for some time. Is that correct?
Yes. I got to go as part of working with the Schiller Institute. I got to go to China for 10 days. I was going around with the All China Youth Federation, and I got to visit parts of Beijing, Chengdu, and the Sichuan region. It was amazing. I absolutely loved it. I learned a lot. And what I saw there was examples of what happens when a government actually cares about its people. 2020, China made headlines for raising people out of the poverty line, and I thought that was great. I visited rural villages that were once completely impoverished, now had modern electricity, modern means of technology and communicating. I also saw, the equivalent of their mayor in this village where the guy knew everybody's name and he was just helping everybody, and everybody just liked the guy. And I also found out too that if it only takes 10 people in these villages to petition, if they don't like the guy, it just takes 10 signatures to get this guy back on the voting block, to get him out. I thought that was quite interesting. So, that's just something on how the local government works. And, I got to even go to their CCCPCC, which is the board that is of all of the minor parties in China. They basically formed an advisory board because they're not the dominant party in China.
They can't be.
Well,
let me interject for a moment, because your description of China versus my understanding in speaking to individuals like Lily Tang Williams, a Chinese-born naturalized American citizen who's a massive advocate for the Second Amendment, She's run for elected office, and she's currently up in New Hampshire. Very starkly different answer. In fact, most people would look at the CCP and some of its actions with the Uyghurs and other actions as being one of the most oppressive regimes on the face of the earth at this time.
Well, you know,
you had
I mean,
a different experience.
Yes, well, I think also the thing about the Uyghurs is like it's just not what people say it is. You, for example, you had 28 Muslim countries who've all signed off on what the so-called concentration camps are, which they aren't. They've gone there, they've observed it, and they've all signed memorandums of understanding saying like, no, actually, this is a great way to deal with radical terrorism. But overall, there's a big Uyghur population. In fact, I saw a lot of them that were traveling to the Forbidden Palace, the Great Wall, which are places that I went to. They're allowed to go everywhere they want. They have good representation. They're generally happy people. They own businesses in different parts of China. Yeah, I spoke to some, you know, who were just, you know, their complaints about the government were no different than ours, you know, although honest, like they might have been complaining about some tax law here and there about how much they get taxed. But overall, like I was in Beijing, you know, this is their capital. The streets were clean. The streets were so clean that when I saw dog crap on the floor, I was like, I can't believe that's there. And then I come back to the United States and I go down to the United Nations where they hold all of their foreign diplomats here in New York. It looks like crap. It looks like complete crap, you know? Like,
Well, there's a major difference between cultures and norms and punishments, which may associate for that, and as well as many cultures in America and New York City. I'm not here to question the cleanliness of any street in any major city around the world. And I won't, it's interesting to understand the background and how you look at things. And also, I can understand why some would say, based on that background, they may call you socialist. You were sponsored by a socialist nation to come visit its people. So I can see that, but yet there is nuance to that. And I thank you for providing that nuance to everyone. You were trying to get into the Democratic primary. You had gotten signatures for that. That is the period recently. We just ended that. And now we're starting the independent signatures, which would allow someone to get on the ballot. So I am to understand that as you did not qualify under Democrats, but you are attempting to qualify as an independent.
oh, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I
And you did this in 2024 as well.
No. In 2024, we didn't even try to get on the Democratic ballot. We just went straight independent. Right. We just went right to the independent. We launched that campaign with nothing but a laptop, the same laptop actually that I'm talking to you on now. Mm-hmm. You know, and like now I'm proud to say we have a whole campaign office. We have, you know, tons of volunteers, and also we did make it on the Democratic primary ballot. Like we got the signature this year. We got the signature.
So you're looking at, and for people who are unaware, in New York State, you can have a candidate on multiple lines. So therefore, you could be an independent and on the Democratic line, or Green Party, Socialist Party of America, Democratic Working Families Party. These are all lines that the same candidate could be on if they're left-leaning. Those are all Democrat left-leaning organizations I just mentioned. But you could be multiple times. So you have qualified and you have been notified by the Board of Elections that you are on the Democrat ticket, and now you're looking for additional. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, we are.
Because they have not reported that yet.
Oh, well, that's okay. But we know our signatures were clean. We had knocked on over 17,500 doors to get the number of signatures. We went way above, the minimum for these major parties is 1,250. I'm not going to give an exact number, but all I'll say is we went way, 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 way above than we needed to. The challenge period, we know that both Richie Torres's lawyers and Michael Blake's lawyers requested copies of our volumes, and we were the first ones to hand them in. Like as in we handed in our petitions before Richie Torres did. We handed them in before Michael Blake did. Clearly, nobody challenged our petitions because they were just that good. And now we're doing the same thing for the independent ballot, which, as you know, is 3 times the requirement for a major party. But, we did it in 2024. We were on the ballot as independents in 2024, and we intend to do it again. So,
Yeah, it's standard. Very often the number is 150% of whatever is the requirement. Once you hit 150%, it's not worth challenging because you'll still qualify. That's standard for all parties all across America. So that's normal. And congratulations for being on. That's good news. Now, I know you've also raised this time, you raised about $140,000 last reported at this time from the FEC, with about $6,000 actual dollars in cash at this time. So that's been pretty successful for an independent in a congressional race in the Bronx. That's doing pretty good. Do you expect, now you capped out at about, if I recall correctly, about 150,000 in 2024. So you're already approaching that. Do you see that you'll be able to continue to fund this campaign in excess of that?
Well, let me just give you the updated figure, because we filed our reports yesterday, and I see the FEC just reflects our quarterly reports.
Yes.
So we are now at 205,000 that we have reported. Basically, since we started the second campaign up until the end of March, so it's 205 and 61. Since then, we've raised another additional, I think, $30,000 or so since the end of March. But obviously, we have to keep pushing, keep going. So I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Well, that you've already answered it, that you're looking to exceed what you did in 2024. That's one of the big questions many people have about an independent candidate, especially the second time around. Can you draw in the funds necessary to run? Congressional campaigns can be very expensive. I know. I've run for the New York 22nd. That's a race that, to be competitive, you have to have somewhere between, depending on the year, $5 to $10 million per candidate. So it can be very expensive and difficult. So that's why I asked. And you seem to be doing better than you did in 2024. Congratulations on that. So let's look at the issues that the American people are talking about. One of the number one issues that across this nation, no matter where you're looking at, no matter which polling group you're looking at, one of the biggest questions Americans have right now for Congress is the economy, is overall with jobs, with inflation, several aspects of it. Now, looking at your website, which is, and I want to make sure I get it right, it's VoteVega, VEGA.NYC. And I will have that up when we post this to the public. They'll be able to see the link there. On your website, you have 4 policies that you are promoting as your campaign issues. None of those are actually about the economics, although there is a policy you have about the Bronx, but not beyond that. So I want to understand, what policy do you economically that you want to promote that would benefit not just the Bronx, but the United States?
Well, I think one of the policies that I have there is make the Bronx a center for reindustrialization of the United States. I mean,
yes, that's the one I was referencing.
Right. Yeah. So that's actually not tied to just the Bronx. It is a national process that will begin in the Bronx of reindustrialization. That's the big one. The United States used to produce more steel than China does now. We used to produce all kinds of goods in the United States, and ever since we went off the gold standard and we switched to a floating exchange system and we took down the Bretton Woods, system of economics, basically what happened then was we we lost our value. We decided, you know what? Hey, we're not going to tie our money to physical goods anymore, and we're just going to switch now to speculative economy. So let's just measure our dollar through, what people are willing to trade it for, as opposed to what we produce. So that was one incentive to deindustrialize. The second, of course, was NAFTA. That just completely killed us, because then we decided to outsource most of the stuff that we import nowadays that we used to produce. So that really just completely killed us, and it replaced the economy from a productive labor economy to a gig economy now. And I think that that's terrible. You have a lot of people now who think that or the government now measures people who work as in Uber Eats or DoorDash, as a job. When, hey, that's the way to make ends meet. Many people do Uber because that's the only options that are out there for people now. But that is not a sign of a healthy economy. That is the sign of an economy that's in disarray, basically. So, making the Bronx a center for reindustrialization again is only the blueprint for the entire country to go back to be reindustrialized.
Okay, so you want to use the Bronx as a test case, apparently. Now, you mentioned a couple of things there that don't quite flow together. As an example, NAFTA, well, that's the mid-1980s. You're talking about the gig economy. Well, that's the Obama administration. That would be approximately the 2010s. So a lot of time in between some of the items that you're mentioning. But correctly, America, since roughly the 1960s, was about the peak of industrialization in America, in part because of World War II, and we have been decreasing since that time. That's a fact. And the Bronx has also been part of that national deindustrialization. And we are seeing groups like President Trump has tried to invigorate self-sufficiency, manufacturing in America. That's part of the reason for the tariffs. How is what you're suggesting different than the tariffs, which would incentivize Americans to build their own factories, manufacturing, processing? How is the Bronx different?
Well, first of all, historically, the Bronx was a center for industrialization, period. We used to produce a ton of steel. We used to refine ores here. In fact, the Bronx in the early 1900s, late 1800s, had 63 piano companies. I believe 55 or 56 of them were straight piano manufacturers, and 6 or 7 were designed for specialty parts that couldn't be mass produced on a scale. And then you also had, just steel manufacturing. The Bronx was the place where there were cement parks, industrial parks that are now just parks. So the Bronx has a good historical infrastructure that's there that just needs to be tapped into. The most recent example was the Grand Iron Works factory. It closed in 1979 in Hunts Point, but it should have stayed open, and the workers tried to keep it open. And the reason that they closed was because they were losing competition to China. Now, the problem with the tariffs inherently aren't bad. This is some stuff that early American economists had actually argued for. The problem is, was there actually a plan to incentivize American factories to be built? Because even with the tariffs, production costs are still expensive here in the United States. You can't actually build a factory. You can't afford to build a factory unless you have an immense amount of capital. Okay, well, if you don't have the immense amount of capital, what are you going to do? You're going to go to the banks? Well, the banks charge crazy interest rates, and you have such tiny windows to actually pay the stuff back that it's impossible for the everyday American who wants to start their own business to do so unless they have some wealthy uncle that passed away. That's just the truth. And
wait a minute. One moment. That's not the truth. 70% of all businesses in America are small businesses owned by mom and pops, not multinational industrials. And if you're talking about building a factory, it's not the same kind of cost injection as opening up a bodega. There's a lot more. You have machinery, you have factories, and part of the reason why factories aren't found in the Bronx right now are because of democratic policies that have been passed since 1958 that have made it cost prohibitive. So that being said, what industry would your program, what you have on your website that you're suggesting, what industry would be coming into that you would want to see in the Bronx that would be the example for other parts of America if you were in Congress?
Well, the first would be a industrial park mainly focused on refining steel and ore. That factory that I talked about, the Grand Iron Works factory, still has rail lines existing that went all the way to Pennsylvania, because they would mine the ore there and then it would be railed over to New York where it would be refined. The first thing I would do is bring back an incentive to bring steel and refine steel. Why steel specifically? Because you need a lot of steel to build cities. And that's ultimately my plan to revive the economy, is to build 10 new cities in 10 years. That's my plan. And I want the entire country to be focused on building that. Because then what? What does that mean? You have to have not just steel, you need to have glass, you need to have all the components that go into building a city, which is a lot, is a way in which you can revitalize an economy. And that is, what I would say we should start with the Bronx. Let's just make city builders out of the Bronx. Let's get 10,000 engineers, carpenters, machinists, welders from the Bronx right now.
I would want to ask more about that, because it seems to go against or bounce into the industrialization of the ecological restrictions in New York State and many blue states.
Yeah,
Democrats have set up. Steel, it's one of the reasons why the steel industry in America is having difficulties because of those restrictions. But we don't have a lot of time, and I'm appreciating this. I know you have to go out and get signatures, so I'm going to try and jump ahead. Again, I invite people to reach out to you and to check out your website if they want to follow up on some of these things. I just want to make sure they have a general understanding of you. One of the other things that you've promoted was a cross Bronx train transportation system. So unlike the New York subway, which generally goes from, say, the Bronx to Manhattan to Brooklyn, you're looking at crossing from one end of the Bronx to the other end of the Bronx and then connecting back down to Manhattan. Fantastic. Incredibly expensive. We've seen in New York City, just adding 2 extensions to a train line in Midtown Manhattan has taken over a decade and is in the tens of billions of dollars.
State funds, city funds just can't afford to build a major infrastructure project like that in a timely manner. I mean, you saw the state allocated funds right now for the IBX, which is supposed to be from the Bronx to Queens to Brooklyn, done in 2 phases. And the first phase is just going to be Queens to Brooklyn, and that's going to take 10 to 15 years. And then second phase will be from the Bronx to Queens, which is going to take 15 to 20 years. And these rail lines already exist. So frankly, I don't trust the state right now in the state that it's in with all these rules, prohibitions. And yeah, you're right. Some of these ecological policies that just need to go, they're not going to get it done. But a cross Bronx train line that will start from one end of the Bronx, the east side of the Bronx, all the way to the west side of the Bronx, underneath, I go into Manhattan, and then go the other part of this, and then go into Fort Lee, New Jersey. Now you're talking about 2 states where the governors are gonna they're gonna politic it up, they're gonna fight. If the federal government just comes in and says we're giving the federal money, this is going to make lives easier for people in New Jersey and New York. It'll incentivize them to stay there. You're going to shut up. You're going to take this money. You're going to get this construction project. That's exactly why the federal government should do it.
Okay, but why would a senator and or a member of Congress in West Virginia, in Idaho, in Washington State, in Mississippi, why would they say, yeah, take my tax dollars, which there aren't a whole lot of, especially like as an example, the state of Mississippi, which is impoverished. It's the poorest state in the nation. Why would they want to give their tax dollars to the Bronx when they say, well, we could use it for fixing the interstate roads in Mississippi?
Oh, because we're going to take $1 trillion from our defense budget and reallocate it back to the federal government so that we can look at every state. We can build a high-speed rail line, that connects every state. Simple. We're going to have $1 trillion more to play around.
You would want, as a member of Congress, in going through the budget, which is the right and power of the Congress to allocate the budget, you would strip away $1 trillion from the United States self-defense, our defense budget, which
Yes.
would endanger American citizens.
Well, right now, Trump is proposing a $1.5 trillion raise. He wants to increase the budget by $500 billion. And I think that is poised to happen. That's why I'm saying 1 trillion. So it would keep it at about 500 billion. And that's an important figure because both Trump and Putin and also Xi Jinping all met, I would say in the beginning of Trump's second term, where they said, we're all going to reduce our budgets in half. The Chinese were going to cut their budgets in half. Putin was going to cut his budget in half, and the United States was supposed to follow suit. Instead, Trump ends up raising the budget by another $500 billion. I'm saying, let's not do that. Let's reduce the budget by $500 billion, and we're going to have a lot of money that could be going to projects like this, be more available. So, yeah.
That's an interesting interpretation of the budget, but okay, fair enough. I know we're right at the 30-minute mark. I'm going to try and get at least one more question in.
Sure.
Again, folks, we didn't have a lot of time today, and we are restricted because obviously I want the candidates to go out, get on the ballots as much as you can, and let people know. So I thank you for the time you are providing us today, Jose. Illegal immigration. We'll go there. There's a couple of other questions I have, but illegal immigration is a leading issue throughout America. Again, it's one of the top 5 issues, if not top 2, in every poll, every credible poll that's been done for the last several years across America. That and voter ID. Voter ID, 83% of Americans want that. But at this moment, about a third of the nation wants to have mass deportations, and another, or also 51% roughly of America wants to have some form of deportations to take place in America to end the open border policies that we saw under the Biden-Harris administration that had very severe negative consequences in terms of economics, in terms of crime. It's had a lot of problems that it brought onto America. That being said, and 77 million people voted for Donald Trump on that basis for that specific issue. You are noted as being against that you are in favor of illegal immigration. Can you tell voters why, as a member of Congress, or why they should vote for you as a member of Congress to support a more open border platform rather than what they've already stated they want?
Well, I'm not for open borders at all.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of crap that comes between the borders. A lot of it is cartel stuff. I do believe in having a quote unquote secure border. I mean, that's just rational. I am not in favor of things like ICE, Immigration's Custom Enforcement, and I don't believe that you should be out there policing people and putting them in vans and then kicking them out. My stepdad was illegally grabbed in New Jersey by ICE, and then he was deported, and he was grabbed in the week of Thanksgiving. Now,
is your stepfather an illegal alien?
I don't know.
Was he authorized to be? Did he enter America through authorization and documentation?
I don't know. I think he just overstayed a visa, and then he was.
Why would make him an illegal alien? Overstaying is a violation of law.
Were like, look, listen. He married my mom, who was a U.S. citizen. He was meeting with lawyers to get the legal paperwork. He was only a couple of weeks away from getting a green card, and that's why he was targeted by ICE. Or you think partly?
Let me just clarify the reason why I asked for that clarification. You said he was illegally abducted. If he is classified as someone who has a expired visa, which would make him an illegal alien, then ICE, doing their duty to remove individuals who have overstayed their visas or otherwise entered America without authorization, they are removed. So that would say that they were doing their job. It was legally authorized. It wasn't illegal. Now, I understand your personal preference, and I understand.
Well, ICE was created in 2003 after
Uh-huh.
9/11 as part
Yes.
of the DHS, because we have to combat terrorists, whatnot.
Hmm.
But what it really was an excuse to increase the surveillance state that was spying on Americans. This is something that was started by Bush and expanded on by Obama. It was the same principle of just surveilling people. What we say we're doing to illegal immigrants, which is completely unconstitutional, spying on them, tapping on their phones, getting their geolocations, having private companies get their biometrics, is just a simple test case for what's going to happen and is happening to American citizens already. This is what Edward Snowden was warning about. And so, I have no sympathy at all for these government agencies that do this to illegal immigrants. One, because I think it's inherently wrong to treat any human being like they're quote unquote illegal just for existing here. But secondly, because I know that what they're doing to illegal immigrants is going to happen to American citizens next.
Okay. So you have a feeling about where this could go, and that's important. And you would like to safeguard America against your feeling of a negative outcome. Fair enough.
It's a fact. I mean, they already do warrantless surveillance on American people. That's just objectively true. That's what Edward Snowden was saying.
Yes, there is some surveillance. That's true.
Well, there's a whole lot of surveillance.
And such, but that was in the Patriot Act, which I'm not a fan of, but that was legislated, and that's something that the public can force their elected officials to vote against, and that's something that they could elect you for, to vote against the Patriot Act as the reauthorization of the Patriot Act. That's fine, but that's not the same thing, and you're kind of conflating the two.
Well, but they are, because ICE was created in 2003 as anti-terrorist measures, which whenever you hear anti-terrorist, especially after 2001, it's just an excuse to increase surveillance on American citizens. Like, for example, what's happening with FISA right now?
No. I'm sorry. You're conflating actions and impressions. They're not the same, and that's not correct. But let's deal with the issue at hand, which is it is a fact. It is in our Constitution. It is in our laws that illegal aliens are illegal. Whether or not anyone likes that, whether they feel like it shouldn't be, that's entirely different. And once if laws are changed, that may be a fact, but it is a fact. Illegal aliens do exist, not just in America, but across the entire world. And countries have laws about illegally entering their nations, because there is a higher burden on the people of that nation, in this case America, because of those illegal aliens. As an example, in New York City, we've spent an extra $2 to $5 billion, depending on who's counting at any given moment, just because of an additional 200,000 illegal aliens that we know of in New York City. And we've seen this in Chicago, Boston, LA, Portland, across this entire country. So when you're saying, and I'm trying to understand, what is your policy? You from your website, it gives the impression that you want to have a more open door policy. And when I say that, I mean that illegal aliens who are in America, you would allow to be in America. In fact, you would reward them with a path to citizenship. That's what I understood from reading, and you seem to be agreeing with that.
Correct.
That is counter to what roughly 51% or more of America absolutely rejects that. Why should someone want that?
Yeah, well, first of all, 100% of people could think I'm wrong. Doesn't mean it's true. But here's the thing. I believe that illegal immigrants, or as I call them, undocumented people, have come here largely because of the destructive foreign policy that the United States has had for the last 50 years, where we have gone into different countries, we've overthrown their leaders, we've destroyed them economically, we've killed their leaders, assassinated them, overthrown them in many different ways, and we've destabilized economies around the world. And at the same time, we've pumped so much propaganda into these places that America is the place to come. America is a shining beacon of freedom. And now they're here, and they work hard. A lot of them do. A lot of them are tax-paying people. I think if you took the entire United States and you mapped out all of the repairs that had needed to happen everywhere in the country, if you took the entire country and you mapped out where you want the advancements, the improvements, where you want the infrastructure changes to happen, and you said, we're going to get it done in 10 years, you don't have enough manpower. You don't have enough labor. I'm saying you take the people who are willing and able to work now, who are quote unquote illegal, which are undocumented people, and you say, okay, we'll tell you what, if you help us build a city, if you help us rebuild the country, we can give you a path to citizenship. And at the same time, we'll make sure that you're taken care of in that in between. That seems very fair to me.
Okay. And again, this has nothing to do with me or you, actually. It's for the voters. And obviously, I would encourage them to follow up with you about this and any subject that they have a question on, so that they can vote with intelligence in this 2026 midterm election. Again, your website is votevega, VEGA.NYC. Do you have an upcoming event that people can meet you at and speak with you, ask you questions?
Good question. The answer is yes, but it's not in the books yet. So people should just sign up on our website and donate or volunteer and get in contact with us, and they'll know first thing once there's something planned.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, I'm sure that people should follow and obviously keep involved with all candidates. We've spoken, to be fair, we have spoken with Gonzalo Duran and interviewed him in the past. We have made requests to Richie.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Oh, here we go. Now we're back. Okay. Trying to make sure everything's back online. I think we've got everything fixed now. Not quite sure. I thank everyone for being here with us. I hope you found that interesting, the conversation between me and Jose Vega. Obviously, Jose Vega is a progressive and socialist, and some pretty extreme points of view out there. But this is what's on the election for 2026. This is the undercurrent and the growing movement within the Democratic Party. And it's kind of scary because, again, just like with Bill Maher, we're seeing that this is an elitist movement that is focused on surface level. This is what feels good. This sounds good. But when you look at any of the details, when you look at any of the facts, no, it's not. It's not effective. It's not something that's going to be efficient. It's not something that's substantive. And that's perhaps one of the big things I'm talking about today. By the way, I did check once we got back. I did check to see if there were any further updates about the Shreveport mass shooting. Excuse me. And at this moment, there has been no substantive update. So just want to make sure people knew that. But beyond that breaking news, we have been talking about substance, the substance of America, of our policies internationally, and also we'll get into how it's substantively important here domestically as well, and how these things are working together to change America. And we have an opportunity to change for the better or the worse. But if half of our nation, in terms of the Democrats, in terms of the government and our elected officials, if they're focused on superficial feelings, superficial ideas of virtue signaling, then we're not going to see a substantive benefit to the American people. That doesn't mean that they have to become Republicans. That doesn't mean they become conservatives. That doesn't change who they are. It does change how they legislate and how they are representing their constituents. If you're going off of feelings and virtue signaling, well, then it's just about giving power to the elites in the Democratic Party and their donors. That's not really effective for the entire nation. If we're talking about substance and making changes based on substantive, concrete values, then that does lead to a benefit to America. Even if you disagree with some of those substantive views, it gives us somewhere where we can negotiate, where we can somehow work together to find the best path forward, which is normally not one extreme or the other, but somewhere closer to the middle, one way or the other. And I think that's very important. And I think that's something that we have seen missing in a lot of the politics of modern days. And we've been talking a little bit about that when we saw Bill Maher's coverage, when he was talking to Democrats, talking about how the Democrats have no leadership, they have no plan, they have no substance. But Bill Maher, because he's part of that system and he makes his livelihood off of that system, he can't address anything beyond the superficial, things at the very barest surface. He's looking at, well, Democrats have to be more bombastic. They have to have balls. No, they have to have substance. They have to have something credible, something effective, something efficient. And that's why there's no leader in the Democratic Party. That's why Stephen A. Smith is considered a contender potentially for the 2028 elections. AOC is a contender for the presidency in 2028, even after her international embarrassment in Munich, even after her stupid ideas about building a train across the Pacific Ocean. That kind of idiocy in prior generations would remove someone from politics. That would just invalidate their political career forever. But in an environment where nothing but the superficial, that AOC is a Latina and that she's somewhat younger than most other members of Congress, that's enough for her to continue to run and to actually gain more power within this Democrat-led movement, this virtue signaling towards excellence. And that's sad. That's sad for America. And I feel bad for many of the Democrats out there. Now, I know Democrats will say, well, you're just MAGA. Well, no, that's not an answer. And that's not the answer. The fact that I'm a Republican and I'm conservative, I am based on substance, substantive values and substantive issues. I want things to be effective and efficient, and telling me, well, you're a Republican, so that's it. That's superficial. That name calling is superficial, and it benefits no one. Because at the end of the day, whether I'm a Republican or whether I'm a libertarian or I'm a third party, I'm an independent, doesn't change that Democrats have nothing. They offer nothing. And that is the problem. At least that's the way I see it. Now, of course, you guys can respond. You can reach us on Facebook, on YouTube, on Rumble and Twitter. Leave comments. I'm happy to hear what you guys have to say about all of that. I think it's kind of important. So we're going to pick back up with Iran. So we know that one of the substantive problems that right now is affecting America is our conflict with Iran, which is a 47-year conflict. It's something that no other president has had both the balls and the capability to resolve. The geopolitical will wasn't there. The American people weren't there. The money, the military weren't there. Nothing came together until now. And yes, there is blowback internationally about that on the surface. There's some people who say, oh, well, that's not a nice thing to do. America's being somewhat colonial. It's just Trump is a wild cowboy. These are all superficial complaints. Internationally, no country is upset with America about this. They just want to see it completed. They want to see the Ayatollah, the IRGC, the terrorism emanating from Iran's government ended. They want to see the nuclear threat ended. That's what they want. And as long as they get that substantive guarantee, that change, then everything else is fine. There are consequences to this, though. And we're going to be talking about one of those consequences in just a moment. But what's happening with it right now? Now, we know that the initial talks last week ended in abject failure. J.D. Vance was there, bringing the red line from the United States, the line drawn in the sand, so to speak, and one of those being nuclear material, that Iran cannot be allowed to create a nuclear weapon. And as I showed you before the break, Iran said, no, they're going to make a nuclear weapon, that they absolutely refuse to not make a nuclear weapon, given that they also have ballistic missiles, or at least the capability to have ballistic missiles that can reach Europe, all of Europe. That's a very short bit of research, very short bit of testing before they'll have ballistic missiles capable of reaching the United States. It's the leap in technology isn't very large at all. And so relatively soon, this is a existential threat to America, because Obama allowed them through the Iran nuclear deal of 2016, that allowed the development of ballistic missiles, which at the time we were terrified of. On this channel, we talked about it. You can look up the videos. I covered it a lot. I wrote articles on this, that the biggest threat from the Iran nuclear deal was allowing Iran to continue to make ballistic missiles. And because of that threat, there would be a future problem. And here it is. We now know that Iran can reach Europe. That's a short skip away from being able to reach the United States. The threat is existential, and it is real, and it is now. It is right now a real threat. So we have to do something about that. So in this conflict, we initially bombed the hell out of Iran, took down most of their resources. We all know that. And that led to Iran using the ultimate weapon that they have. They blockaded the Strait of Hormuz, and the United States has been responding. Now, we had a ceasefire, which is still ongoing. That will end on April 21st. Now, there is, according to Donald Trump, he has offered tomorrow that if Iran responds tomorrow, the 20th, and they reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We'll get to that in a second. And they start honest negotiations, that there could be an extension to that ceasefire. If Iran doesn't, if they continue to indicate that they will not bend on opening the Strait of Hormuz, if they will not bend on ending any and all nuclear weapons capabilities, that he's going to bomb their bridges and their power plants, which is exactly what he has always said for more than a week now. And it's been characterized or mischaracterized as, we're going to bomb them back out of existence. We're going to destroy their civilization by taking out their bridges and their power plants. That's not that big a deal. That's not that big a statement. Let me put it like that. We've heard from many people on the left who are looking at this only at the most superficial level, like Bill Maher. And they hear the words, we're going to bomb them out of civilization, destroy their civilization. That's bombastic. And Bill Maher responds, as we saw, to the bombastic nature. He only sees the surface level of that. But there's more to that. And anyone with any kind of military experience recognizes that you're in a conflict. You're going to have a lot of bravado. You're going to have bigger threats. You're going to say things like, I'm going to destroy your civilization, when you're actually saying, well, I'm going to destroy your bridges and I'm going to destroy your power plants, which effectively would stop them from having a modern first world civilization. That would take out your cell phones. That would take out of the computers. It would degrade their capability to fight in a modern aspect. It would remove their capabilities of having a modern 21st century war, which actually makes sense if you're fighting in a conflict, in a war. That makes sense. But the left only look at the surface level, and all they think of, well, the civilization gone. That means that all the people will be gone. That isn't what Donald Trump said. He didn't say he would genocide Iran. He didn't say he was going to kill all the Iranian people, remove all the Persians from the world. He never said that. He said he was going to take away their technology. He was going to take away their modernization, which is dependent on electricity. It is dependent on power, the electrical power. And that is the difference. It is a difference of understanding the substance than understanding the superficiality. And yes, it is a good threat, because since Trump is capable of doing that, Iran has no real air defenses anymore. They don't have the capabilities navally to defend against this, that we could, America could, at any moment, take out the commercial bridges, the commercial power plants, and effectively bring Iran back to the Stone Ages. They would not be able to compete as a modern first world, even second world nation. That's a legitimate military target and conquest. That's totally logical. Doesn't mean that people are going to be genocided. And that's the difference. The left media wants to fearmonger this and make it sound like, well, we're going to genocide the people. He never said that, nor is that a military objective. He's been very clear about that. He's restated it several times, that it's taking out the bridges and the power plants, the industrial capabilities of Iran, which is just a normal military action. But that doesn't help Democrats win elections. To be honest about that, to look at this as any military conflict would not help Democrats win back more seats, because it would be logical, it would be reasonable. People would accept that as a tactic and also a negotiation tactic. The threat of this happening, which brought Iran to the negotiation table a week and a half ago, that would very likely bring them back to the negotiation table again. It's a solid, credible threat. And therefore, Iran would want to come back and have negotiations again. I don't have a problem with Trump saying, I'm going to destroy their civilization, especially when he's also coupling that with saying, no, I'm going to take out their bridges and their power, their infrastructure, because they're both the same thing. There is no difference. If you take out, same thing here in America, if you took out the power grid of the United States, we would be back into the Middle Ages. We would be back in the 1800s. It's just that easy. That's the one great flaw of technology in the modern era. If you cut off the power, we instantly revert back to the 1800s, not to the 1950s, not to the 1930s. Because of the nature of the infrastructure, we would go back to the 1800s. That's true of every modern country at this point. So it's not a crazy statement. I don't think people understand that because the news media doesn't want to explain that. They'd rather leave the implication of genocide when that's not on the table. Iran, for their part, have broken the agreement, which makes the potential of a ceasefire, an extended ceasefire, less likely. And I believe that it won't happen. I believe that what will happen is Iran is playing for international sympathy. They're trying to get third world nations and perhaps some of the second and first world nations, places like France, to take their side, to put political pressure on America, and more importantly, on the 2026 election, so that they can get more concessions to get this to end sooner, before the full objectives of the Trump administration can be realized. That's what I believe is happening. And I think that's realistically what is happening. Iran is trying to hold out until there's enough pressure that Republicans are afraid they may lose the 2026 midterm elections. And if they're afraid that they will lose power, they will pressure President Trump to end the conflict as soon as possible, so that they would have better chances of winning and maintaining the Republican hold on Congress, and therefore have more power. That's what I think Iran is betting on. And that's why they opened the Strait of Hormuz, which instantly dropped the price of oil by over $20. Instantly. Dropped it down. It's currently at $91. It was at $100. It's been hovering between about 95 to 97 over the last week and a half, but it instantly dropped down as soon as Iran backed down and said, yes, the Strait of Hormuz was open to gain goodwill internationally. The price dropped down to, what was it, $85, $84 at its lowest, $91 at the close on Friday. That was a gimmick. Okay, that was a gimmick. Now, the reason why that was done is to make America look like the bad guy. It's a tactic to try and put more political pressure on the United States. That's the only reason why Iran did this. And most people haven't really stopped to think it through. If Iran, which initially said, no, we're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz, and then they agreed to it, then they said that Trump was lying about that, and then they came out and confirmed what the Trump administration had already said, that the Strait of Hormuz was open. They did that so it creates questions, to put some doubt on whether or not Donald Trump is telling the truth, because they will say something through communiques and through diplomatic channels and agree to it with the Trump administration, but delay making that national announcement until after Donald Trump has said it, so they can deny it and then later confirm it, because people hear the first headline and not the later follow-up, the update. They hear the initial news, but not the update and the clarification. They never hear that. That'll be on page 57 of the newspaper, but the headline, well, that was on page 1. So people won't know that. That helps Iran negotiate in this conflict, and it helps add more political pressure because people aren't paying attention to the details. The reason why they then closed the Strait of Hormuz is because Donald Trump said that China and Pakistan would suffer in the same way that the rest of the world was. Now, I've long told you guys, and I've been speaking about this for 3-4 weeks now, China is the third party in this war. It's not Pakistan that's negotiating between Iran and the United States. China is. China is dependent on Iranian oil. About 54% of the oil that is exported from Iran goes directly to China, which needs that for their navy, which then puts pressure on Southeast Asia. That's the whole point for China. That's why they want to and have been supplying support to Iran. As long as Iranian oil can come to China and they can put pressure on the United States, weaken the United States, weaken Donald Trump, it strengthens the power and the position of China and their navy in Southeast Asia. That's the whole point. So they want to make sure that these negotiations go on for a long time, but yet they absolutely want to make sure that Chinese oil tankers are able to get through, that Pakistan oil tankers are able to get through to give oil to Pakistan and also to travel across Pakistan into China. This is what China has been doing. So Donald Trump, when he said he blockaded, initially, when everyone heard, well, why would we blockade something that's closed? Because the Strait of Hormuz was closed to everyone in the world except China. Oil was still going to China. And so with the blockade, without saying this is to make China feel pain, it was directly to make China feel pain, have the same pain as everyone else, so that they wouldn't benefit while the rest of the world was hurt. That if the rest of the world is going to suffer from an oil shortage, so would China. That's why Donald Trump did the blockade, which mainstream news media did not explain, did not make that clear. That also included Pakistani oil tankers, which also help transport through Pakistan into China. They share a border. So in stopping Pakistan and stopping China from getting oil, they get to have the same suffering that every other nation does and restrict the capabilities of China to spread its influence throughout Southeast Asia, which helps our allies, the United States allies, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, the Philippines, and even Australia, all benefit from the United States blockading and stopping Chinese oil tankers from getting through, which is what Iran was initially allowing to happen. That's why there was a blockade. And it was a pretty effective blockade at that. We saw that earlier this week. The U.S. Navy destroyers, come on, there it is. U.S. Navy destroyers had intercepted Iranian-flagged vessels that were trying to skirt the blockade. This was April 15th, 4 days ago, and I think IRS Day for everybody. And so it was very effective that the U.S. oil tankers were leaving Iranian ports and they were going to Pakistan and China. And that was an unfair advantage, and it hurt U.S. allies globally. That's why they were being stopped. That's why Donald Trump did that, and it was actually rather effective. Even when we go over to an article here by Axios, and let me share that with you. So this is Iran then closed the Strait of Hormuz, and they started firing at oil tankers. In particular, they started firing at India and the Indian oil tankers. Why did Iran do that? Again, to make Donald Trump look like the bad guy, so that they could try and put pressure, political pressure, on Donald Trump, saying that it was his fault that the rest of the world wouldn't get oil because China wasn't getting oil. But they didn't want to say that, because if they said that, people would be upset with China for supporting Iran, the number one sponsor of terror in the world. They couldn't throw their ally, China, under a bus. So Iran instead says, well, we have to close the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the only one it was open to initially was China and Pakistan. The only people who were being blockaded were China and Pakistan. So politically, you open the Strait of Hormuz, everyone cheers, it makes all the nations feel like everything's fine. Then they close it and blame it on Trump to put the political pressure back on Donald Trump because he just had a political victory. So he went from being the good guy to being the bad guy again. That helps China. This was all part of negotiations with China. Pakistan is working as the mouthpiece, the parrot of China. And this was all about helping the Chinese get the oil they need while denying everyone else. It's a little complicated, and it takes a moment or two to actually work through. You have to understand international politics. You have to understand where is oil flowing and where it isn't flowing, and how the politics, elections here in the United States, how they interact with all of this. So Donald Trump is just trying to have an even level playing field for the world with no advantage for any one group. So that if we're going to negotiate, we're going to negotiate on a fair level playing field, as opposed to China, which is trying to tip the negotiations in favor of Iran very quietly from behind the scenes via Pakistan. That's why Iran doesn't like this. This is why China doesn't like it. I think it makes a big difference when you understand why did Iran close the strait after opening it? I mean, if you're going to have it open for 2 days, why would you do that and just close it again? Politics. It's not about the strait being open. It's about the political pressure on the United States. It's the political pressure on the 2026 midterm elections. It's a pressure on Republicans and getting reelected. Democrats, they know that Democrats will fold and give Iran anything that it wants. They know that because that's what Obama did. They know that because that's what Biden did. They know that if they keep Republicans in and Donald Trump has as much of his strength, political strength, as he has right now, Iran loses and the Ayatollah will be deposed. There will be a new government taking over, and that might not be lucrative for China either. The deal with China, which they have with the Ayatollah, it would change. A new government, new deal. And that may not be lucrative and beneficial to China and the Navy that they just built up. That's why we're seeing these changes. I've been talking about this for a while, folks. Go back, see the last couple of Sundays that we've been talking about this, how China has been key in everything that's going on in the background of this entire conflict, that their interest is critical to seeing this whole thing resolve. Absolutely essential. Absolutely essential. And I think that when people actually understand that, it changes the way you view this. The United States isn't just fighting Iran, we're fighting China too. A lot of people don't understand that. We're fighting China and we're fighting Iran. It's just that China is in the background. We're fighting them more economically, and we're fighting their future ambitions to protect the Southeast Asia. People just don't see it because it's a consequence of the actions of what's happening right now. And this is one of the reasons why Japan, their Prime Minister Takaichi, why she is such a stalwart supporter of Donald Trump and in this battle against Iran. It's because they see that the consequence of this is a stronger China if Iran is allowed to maintain its position. If the leadership, the Ayatollah, the IRGC, if they continue to be able to export terror, and if they are allowed to maintain the same relationship with China that they have right now. It's bad for the world. Literally in 5 years, it creates a worse scenario if we don't take out the IRGC, if we don't take out the Ayatollah, we don't remove that government, it is far worse for Southeast Asia than if we continue now to get them removed at this time. I think that's critical. I hope that makes more sense to people now that they understand this. And that's why you see the flip flop on the Strait of Hormuz. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It's not that the Trump administration has done something wrong. It's not a failure amongst the Trump administration. It is pure politics taking advantage of the midterm elections in America, taking advantage of Democrats and their quest for more power, and the news media only focusing on the superficial, only looking at the surface level of what is going on in this conflict. And the moment you look at what's substantively happening and what the consequences are, the entire outlook changes 1,000%. It is an entirely different outlook once you understand what is substantively happening and why the actions have been taken in the manner that they have. And I don't think most people have understood that. I truly think most people have missed that reality of what's going on. If people have questions about that, I'm happy to answer your questions, but I think it makes a lot more sense. Now, again, the United States is not saying that we will not have negotiations. As being reported here by The Guardian, U.S. officials are right now, we have a team of negotiators going back to Pakistan right now. They're going to be in Islamabad late tonight. They will be negotiating on Monday. The United States is willing to talk about the ceasefire. The United States is willing to talk about the peace talks. Now, I disagree with that. As long as the Ayatollah is in power, I think this is a bad deal. I think this is a problem, and all we do is push this down the road by 10 years at the most. Within 5 years, we'll probably be back at this same drawing board again. But that being said, the political will of the United States, based on surface level knowledge of surface level news reporting, on Democrats using this for their political advantage of fear mongering to get votes and to get donations, it makes it very difficult. So I understand Trump is going back in good faith, knowing that the pressure is back on Iran, not just because the United States bombed them to near to hell, took out all of their capability, almost all their capabilities, but their support from China has been diminished. And recognizing that China needs to stay out of this as much as possible, that China needs to stop trying to prop up Iran, much in the way that the United States has propped up Ukraine to fight Russia, to be fair and to be honest about it, to make it make more sense for the average person. China is using Iran, and Iran knows it. But the Ayatollah, the IRGC, they're fighting for their lives, both politically and literally. They're fighting for their lives, not because they're afraid of America. It's because they're afraid of the Iranian people. The Iranian people, if they get informed about what the actual situation is right now, they will rise up. Iran has pressure coming to them from Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, from the Kurds out of Syria and the Syrian government. Iran is surrounded by enemies, and so their government, with the Ayatollah, the mullahs, the IRGC, will not survive if Trump is successful. Whether it's directly during this conflict or as a consequence of it, if the United States succeeds, the Ayatollah will no longer be in power. And that's not good for China. That's not good for the Ayatollah. So they're fighting that. That's what's going on right now. But the United States is trying to do it. There's all evidence shows the United States is using all of their threats and our power to get a ceasefire that leaves Iran's government as weak as possible, and at the same time gets guarantees just to give us a security blanket. Now, if someone disagrees with my assessment of all of this, please let me know why. But I think I'm making the argument as clear as I can about what's not just happening on the surface level, but what is substantively happening in this conflict, about what really is the nature of this conflict, what we are fighting for and against, and what we want. And I understand it is not something that you can just say in a 30-second soundbite. It's more information than most Americans have had, and it involves understanding the consequences of all of these moving parts. You have to understand international politics, and I've been doing that for 20 years. And when you do look at it from that level, you have a very different understanding of this conflict. And in no way, shape, or form is this just Donald Trump getting rich. That's just anyone who says that is being either obtuse about the reality, or they have no clue what they're talking about, and they're just spitting out political talking points, because that's not it. Everyone who says that this is about Israel, you're just parroting talking points. You don't understand the situation because you're not looking at all of the factors that are going on. Yes, Israel has a benefit, and they have their own self-interest in having this happen. That's true. But what we're doing has very little actually to do with Israel. It's almost nothing to do with Israel. That's not why we're doing this. It has a lot to do. Almost most of it is about China. It's about Southeast Asia. It's about the future. It has very little to do with Israel itself, if we're being honest. And Israel is piggybacking the United States to get as much of an advantage for their nation as they can. And I can't say that that's a bad thing. Of course, they would do that. Their self-interest, they're looking out for their self-interest as the United States is looking out for our self-interest. The difference between the two, the United States has a global aspect and Israel has a regional one. That's the big difference. And again, if people disagree with me on this, I'm happy to hear your arguments. Tell me why you think I'm wrong, but I'm not. I think when you look at all of the details, it makes sense. And again, look at what Donald Trump is saying. And this is being reported by ABC News. Again, this isn't right-wing spin. This is what is being reported by ABC News, that Donald Trump is threatening to take out the power plants, to take out the industrial bridges, and the consequence of that is to bring their civilization down, to take them from a first world, even second world, modern nation, and would bring them to a third world nation. It would end their civilization in a modern context. It's just that simple. And we have individuals like U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Walls, has made this very same argument, this very same clarification. And I know some people will say, but Mike, it's illegal to bomb power plants and bridges. No, it's not. That's a lie. I don't know who told you that. That's a lie. Whoever said that doesn't know what they're talking about. Industrial bridges, industrial power plants that power factories, that power assembly for missiles and drones, that's a legitimate military target, always has been. The fact that Iran loves to surround all of their industrial actions with people is the problem. See, Iran, unlike most nations, you have your industrial regions, and then there's your residential, which is separated, and your military is separated from your industrial and your population, your residential. Iran, because they believe in terrorism, because they use terrorism as part of their national ideology and their politics, they love to put civilians directly in harm's way. They put schools with children on military bases directly next to missile launching pads, because they know that that missile pad is a legitimate military target. It is a threat. And if you're attacking that, no one would question it. But if you're attacking it and there's a school right next to it, well, that now makes a political mess. It looks bad. And that's why they do that. That they always do that. That's why you see that Iran teaches people like Hamas to take over hospitals, to put their base in the basement of a hospital, in the basement of a school, using the human shields of the civilians to be able to promote terrorism and to continue to fight. This is what we've seen Iran teach Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis to do, and they do it very effectively. Iran does it too. But it is not a war crime to take out bridges and power plants. It is not. And yes, taking out bridges and power plants will reduce a modern nation back to the Stone Ages. That's not a bad thing. I know people may have difficulty with understanding that, but I want you to understand, given all of that, all of the volatility, all of the politics that's involved, all the geopolitics that's involved right now, look at the price of oil. This is the price of Brent crude right now. Matter of fact, I'm going to refresh this so everyone can see this live. $91.81. Mind you, that the markets are closed at this time. International markets will be opening shortly. And we will see that international trading will be starting again shortly. But we're looking at the price is about 91. It's fine. It is. There is the reason why oil has been skyrocketing isn't because of the direct consequences. It's speculation. It's day trading. It's AI computer trading. It is emotional trading, not the fact. Every time the facts come out, people doubted. We saw that just on Friday, Thursday and Friday. We saw the price was coming down as Donald Trump guaranteed that the Strait of Hormuz was open. And we saw that people kind of believed him, and then Iran actually verified, yes, the Strait of Hormuz actually was open. And we saw the price crash, came right back down. Because the confidence geopolitically across the world is that Donald Trump is being effective, and this is good for the world, that there is more stability in removing Iran. And in the blockade, it is a good thing for the world because it stabilizes Southeast Asia. It takes down the level of threat from China by equalizing the playing field, that China will not have an advantage that the rest of the world doesn't have. The world is happy about this. If they were upset, if they thought this was absolutely devastating, if they thought that this was the wrong direction for the future, then you would see the price of oil at $125 getting close to $150. You would see the prices skyrocketing, not leveling out and maintaining around $95, but dipping down. You wouldn't see that. The world would be panicking. They would be getting ready for more conflict, which means they need more oil to fuel more of their tanks, their drones, their electricity, all of their warfare. They'd be ramping up their factories, which takes more energy, which means they need more oil. We're not seeing that. The world is happy about this. It may seem counterintuitive, but when you look at all of the evidence and put it together, because geopolitics involves everything that's happening right now, not just any one thing. And when we look at all of the players that are directly involved and how they are interacting, we see that the world supports the United States. The world recognizes the threat, and the world wants a level playing field. And that's why the price of oil is stable, because they're getting that. The only people who are upset, China, Iran, and US Democrats. That's it. Elected Democrats, China, and Iran are the only ones that see a future that isn't in their advantage. And that's why those are the three groups that are most upset about this conflict. I find it very interesting. It's when you look at it from a different point of view, it's very, very different. Now, I do need to look at another aspect of this, and this is important. I have been talking about this for about a month now, and I've been mentioning that food prices, you got to start buying food now. And I've been recommending buying an extra 10% every time you go to the store. We've been saying this for several weeks now, for about a month, since before my birthday. I've been saying, you've got to start buying some food. This is just like February of 2022, when I was warning people about the decline under the Biden-Harris administration, that the U.S. was going into a recession, that Bidenomics would not work, and that the United States was worse off than what the Biden-Harris administration was telling you, worse than what Democrats were telling you. And I told you that the price of food would go up, that because of the Ukraine war, that we were going to see a food shortage, and that the prices of food would go up long-term significantly. I wasn't wrong. Well, let me tell you again, we have now reached yet another critical point, a tipping point. And I know I was saying initially that if the Strait of Hormuz was not open by May 1st, that we would see global food prices increase, that there would be an additional global food crisis. I've checked over some of the numbers, I've done some of the data, and I need to correct myself. We already passed the tipping point. We're already there. The Strait of Hormuz has been closed too long. We are right now. The planting season for corn is right now, right this moment. And so that goes from mid-April to mid-May. We've already been in by about a week, already into the entire corn planting. And corn is a critical food. It's a staple. Not only is it for human beings, it's also for feedstock for chickens, for pigs and pork, for cattle and beef. Critical. It's critical for ethanol, which is supposedly an alternative for gasoline. So it's important for electricity and energy. And the United States has a mandate on ethanol that we make every year, even though it's absolutely a waste of time and we have a glut on ethanol. We still, thanks to Obama, we have a mandate that we have to use corn to create ethanol, and we have huge reserves of ethanol that no one uses, even at this moment. Even with the price of oil, even at its top, ethanol wasn't being used because no one wants it. It's not effective. It's not efficient. It's a horrible choice. But so corn is critical to energy. Oil is critical to human food, our livestock food. It's critical to it's a huge key crop. And this is global, not just in the United States, but around the world. And in Northeast, and in particular in America, and in Ukraine, in Europe, in the global bread baskets, this is when they are supposed to be planting. Now, in America, of course, our farmers are going out and they are planting their crops right now, and a few other places around the world. The question isn't that there will be no food. Let me clarify and be very clear. I'm not saying that there will be no food. I'm saying there will be less food because the impact has already hit. We've already seen this negatively impact farmers and their crops. And there is already going to be a negative impact from this going forward. The bottom line at this moment, I will tell you that in 2026, global food production will be down by about 5 to 7%. If I am correct, based on what we have seen so far, we are going to miss the window for global corn production, which may lead to a shortage of wheat as well. But just because looking at the moment, but wheat comes in the fall. Wheat is something that you would see in September. So depending on how long this war lasts, how many problems we have, we may be talking about wheat as well, but that will go into that more in August. But at this moment, looking at the conflict, I am confident to say that at the minimum, there will be a 5 to 7% shortage of corn globally due to this conflict right now. Farmers already don't have enough fuel, enough fertilizer, they don't have enough oil and energy. So we're not going to get as much corn planted globally, which means there will be less of it available. And I've done the data here for you. Please share this with everyone so that they're going to be prepared. Do not panic. I'm giving you the future. I'm doing what Democrats and most politicians will never do. I'm telling you about the consequences so that you can prepare for them. This is not going to be a surprise for you. I did this back in February of 2022. All of my audience that followed my advice then had less of a problem with dealing with food and food prices. This is your opportunity. I'm letting you know now. It's not to panic. It's not to go out and suddenly buy all the chicken that your local grocery store has. This isn't panic. This is how you prepare. So what are we looking at? The bottom line is that if I am correct, and there is a 5 to 7% less global shortfall, then you're looking at the price of corn would go up by about 15. All corn and corn products would go up by about 15 to 30%. Let's call it 20% just to split the difference. 20% increase in corn. You're looking at about a 20% increase in pork. You're looking at chicken being about 20% more expensive. You're looking at ethanol being about 20% more expensive. You're looking at global food prices. Every other product besides chicken, besides beef, besides pork, besides corn, every other product is going to be somewhere around a 10% increase in food. So we're talking about essentially inflation. There will be a food inflation of about 10% across the board. And specifically, especially talking about chicken, pork, and any kind of corn product, you're looking at roughly a 20% price increase. And I have all the data. I will include, this will be one of the links that I will include for you so that you can see this for yourself. And this is just the short version of this coming from ChatGPT. You can look at all of the sources and you can see this for yourself. And I'll show you an additional source that tells you not only am I correct that it already happened, that this is already happening, and the big money, people who are more influential than myself in terms of corporations, they've already seen this. They already figured this out. I didn't know they figured it out yet. I will show you the evidence that will confirm and prove what I'm talking about. But you can look through this. We're looking at a moderate shortage, which affects fertilizer, which affects fuel prices. It has a direct impact on corn and how much we're going to get out of that. This is assuming that we have just a regular year. I mean, if there's a water shortage, if the prices aren't right, there's always a fluctuation in yield in farming of what you plant versus what you get. Some years you get extra, some years you get a little bit less. I'm assuming that we have an average yield versus any given year. And we're going to be short that global average. It could be worse. That's why I'm saying it's 5 to 7%. Because if we have a year that just happens to be a bad year for farming, then we're already going to have a shortage. But 1 to 2%, because it's a bad yield globally, no one really cares about. That really doesn't have a big impact. But if you add another 5% because of what's happening with Iran, well, now it's 7%. That makes a difference to everyone, as you can see. I went through the impact. I can tell you about how long the disruption is. And again, I'm only looking at the disruption going into May. Right now, this is the real world current right this second. If the entire ceasefire, if we have a ceasefire and we go straight to peace talks and Iran agrees to everything that the United States wants, if they back down instantly on Monday, we have already locked in this 5% to 7% shortage of corn. It's already a fact. It doesn't matter. It can only get worse. It cannot get better. That is a fact. That is the nature of it right now, which means that at the end of 2026, you will see an increase in the price of food by about, I'm saying on average, 10%. I know some estimates will put it at 20%, closer to 20%. I'm saying it's going to be 10% across the board. And this will affect it won't have the biggest impact in the United States. We'll probably see most foods, most things affected in the United States, somewhere between 5 to 10% increase. Most of the stuff in the United States, because the United States is mostly self-sufficient. We already have enough fuel. We have enough farmers. We have enough crops. We'll be fine. The United States will have a little bit less of a shortage, but we will be far better off than every other country in the world. But even here in the United States, an extra 5%, an extra 10% in cost is still going to affect the average family. So take that into account. If you're in a third world nation, we reach 100 different countries with this podcast each week. Every time we do this, for the last 9 years, we reach 100 countries around the world. So if you are in a second world nation, if you're in a third world nation, if you're in Europe, you need to follow my advice, just like every American citizen that hears this should do. Go to your store and buy 10% more every time you go to the store. So if you're buying a pound of rice, you buy a pound and a half, maybe 2 pounds instead. If you're going to get a pound of flour, a 5-pound bag of flour, get 2 5-pound bags of flour instead. If you're going to buy 1 can of tomatoes or vegetables or whatever, you get 2 of them instead. If you have a deep freezer, fill that, take your time, but start stocking up on beef, on pork, on chicken. And by the way, the order to buy this in, let me be very, very clear. Let me get this straight for you so you can see me. Let me be clear about the order of what you need to buy and when. You need to buy, number one, you want to buy chicken first. You want to stockpile the chicken first. That will have the most immediate impact. It will be in the chicken and poultry. You'll see it in there, both because of corn feeding the crops and the amount of turnover on chicken and how quickly that turns over. It's going to be the first group hit. So chicken is going to be the one you want to start stockpiling. And again, you don't have to do this overnight. I'm not telling you to take your paycheck and go out and buy all of the flour and all of the chicken that's in your local supermarket. Do not panic. If you panic, you will just drive up the cost of the prices ahead of time, and no one will have enough to stockpile. You won't have the stockpiles that you need, and you'll spend more money than the actual shortage would have done. So again, I'm not telling you to panic. I'm telling you to think about it. If you buy just 10% more every time you go to the store, you will be better off. The prices will not jack up suddenly overnight because of panic buying. Things will not empty out. Everyone will be able to buy what they need, at least in the United States and most first world nations. If you're in third world nation, I can't speak to that. But first world nations, especially in the United States, everyone will still have the opportunity to buy the food they need and want at prices that are reasonable. And you start stockpiling on chicken in your deep freezer, then go to pork, and then go to beef. Cattle will be the last group that will be most significantly impacted. They're all going to be impacted. It's all going to be about a 10, 15% increase in the cost of price. But it will be most likely in that order: chicken, pork, then beef, and other cattle. That's the order. So if you're looking to, well, how am I going to start stockpiling? What do I get? What's most effective to buy? Probably you start with chicken right now and put it into your deep freezer. You buy, you're going to go and buy, I don't know, a 12 pack of chicken wings. Buy an 18 pack, take 6 and put it into the deep freezer. Something like that. You're going to get cut chicken cutlets, and you're going to get, I don't know, a pound and a pound for your family. You get a pound and a half, maybe 2 pounds. You take the extra pound, you put it into the deep freezer, something like that. If you don't have a deep freezer, then put it into your freezer, try and work it out. And maybe you buy more dry food, maybe you buy more canned food so that it'll last longer if you don't have a deep freezer or a freezer that will be able to properly store those foods. Maybe you vacuum seal them instead to put them in your freezer. That might be better. Something of that nature. Think it through for yourself. What makes the most sense? If you have the capability to can your own foods, you want to do that. If you want to plant some of your own vegetables, you could do that now. You will see an increase overall. I'm just trying to give every single person who hears my voice, share this with people, clip this section and send it to people. This isn't just my idea. It's not just some wild idea coming from some guy on the internet and I'm trying to fearmonger you. That's not what's happening here. Let me show you some of the evidence besides the numbers. And again, you can go to ChatGPT. You can double check it there. You can go to the sources that I've already looked at, but you can go here. This is the Ag Fund News, okay? And Persian Gulf fertilizer crisis. Global food crisis could rise 12 to 18% by the end of 2026. This was reported on March 26th. The same time I said, I think that we have a problem. And I first started saying, well, the Strait of Hormuz has to open up and it has to be done before the end of May, was about the same time this article came out. I didn't know it existed at the time. I wasn't aware of this article, but the agricultural industry was doing the math, and they have guys who are being paid $250,000 to do the analysis that I'm doing. I'm one man. They have entire teams of people with $250,000 salaries and degrees as long as my arm that are doing the same analysis that I'm doing, except they have a dozen people working on it. I'm just one guy. Took me a little bit longer to do this, but we came to the same conclusion. Absolutely the same exact reasons why I have come to you and said initially as a warning and now as a fact, this is my prediction. They've come to the same conclusions that we are going to see prices increase. They're looking at 12 to 18%. I'm telling you that in first world nations in the United States, you're looking at probably closer to 10%. And if you're in a third world nation, you're looking at closer to 20 to 25%. And most of the Europe and second world nations are probably looking at between 12 to 18%. That's where I think that's how it breaks down globally. If you're in the United States or very close to the United States, like Canada, not so much Mexico, but more like Canada, then you're probably looking at around a 10% increase. If you're in Europe, if you're in Germany or France, you're probably looking at closer to 15 to 18%. If you happen to be in Mozambique, you're looking at 20, 25%. If you're in Southeast Asia, which will be one of the hardest hit areas, the hardest hit areas are probably going to be Africa, the Middle East, Africa, and most likely Southeast Asia. Those are the three major, biggest regions in the world that are going to have the highest price. You're looking at 20, 25% in each of those nations. They're going to have that big hit, and you will see that increase because they're going to have the least amount of food available because of this blockade, because of this war, this conflict. You're going to see, so Africa, if you're in Africa, you got a problem. If you're in Southeast Asia, you're in Micronesia, you're in Thailand, you're in Vietnam, or anywhere in that region, that whole Southeast Asia, you got a problem. Australia, you got a problem. Prices are going to go up probably about 25% by the end of the year. Keep this in mind. This isn't going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen by the end of the summer. My expectation at this moment is these are the prices for food at the end of the year. Again, this isn't taking into account that this the Strait of Hormuz is locked down beyond May. I'm not looking at beyond May at this point. It could get worse. This is the minimum level of impact. This is the least amount of impact in 2026 and 2027. Prices will not come down until at the earliest, the winter of 27, if not 2028. So you've got at least another year and a half of high food prices. About a year to a year and a half, about 18 months, somewhere between, about 18 months. You've got about 18 months of realistically high food prices with no way of them coming down. It doesn't matter. The only thing that could offset this, and even at this moment, it's really too late for 2026. But if the Ukraine-Russia war ended tomorrow, we could possibly see this be balanced out. But that's not realistic. That's not going to happen. The Ukraine-Russia conflict, which I do believe will end this year, I do not see that affecting planting of corn in the spring or planting of wheat in the fall, which means the food price expectations at this moment have not changed. Even if this conflict were to end in the Ukraine, it's too late. The food prices will go up between now and 2027 at the least. It's going to happen. So I'm just letting people know. I'm trying to take into account everything that's happening in the world. I'm doing the same kind of studies, the same kind of projections, the same kind of analysis that we're seeing multinational mega corporations with entire teams of people have been doing the same analysis I've been doing. They see the same threat that I see. The thing is, CNN isn't telling you about it. MS Now, ABC, NBC, the New York Times, they're not talking about it because they don't want you to realize that their policies will not make it better. That trying to not helping the Trump administration will not help you in this. And that the root cause of why it's so much of a problem right now goes back to literally, you can go back in time. It either goes to Biden or you can actually go back to Obama when he gave the Crimea, when the Obama administration gave Russia the Crimea, they guaranteed that there would be a follow-up war for the rest of Ukraine, if not just the eastern and southern portions. They guaranteed it. They knew there was going to be a follow-up. They knew in 10, 20 years, somewhere in that time frame, Russia would be going in to Ukraine and there would be a war fighting. Obama knew that he just had to kick the can down the road. It wasn't his problem. It wasn't going to happen during the Obama presidency. So he was happy to give up the Crimea, knowing that Russia would start a war to get that. And at the same time, they would go after the fertilizer and the farmland and the rare earth metals that are in the Ukraine. He knew it. They knew this was going to happen. They just kicked the can down the road, said, well, as long as it happens 10, 20 years from when Obama was in power, it's not his fault. It'll be a different president's fault. Well, it was. It was about 10 years down the road, actually 8, and it wasn't the Obama administration, it was the Biden-Harris administration, because they were weak, extremely weak, even weaker than the Obama administration, and Russia took advantage of that. And that created the Ukraine war and the 30% shortage in food across the world that has been happening since 2022. The current conflict is adding another 10% on top of that. So there's going to be a global food shortage of about 40% less food in the world than 2019. I'm just letting you know. And you will see at the end of the third quarter, fall, you'll see in the fall, there will be all of the humanitarian food aid organizations will be begging for money. They will be begging for people to make donations because third world nations are going to be suffering incredibly. So again, if you're in the third world, start trying to stockpile now, especially with the grains. That's the easiest long-term thing that you can stockpile. Do it now. And again, don't panic. If you panic, you will drive up the prices and it will defeat the whole thing. I hope I have been as clear as I possibly can about this process. I hope that this makes sense to people, that you can see the evidence and you can see the consequences as I have. And this doesn't matter whether you like Donald Trump or not, doesn't make a difference. Whether you want to support Hamas and terrorism in Iran, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you like communism in China or not. This is going to happen no matter what your political preference is. This is not a Republican thing. It's not a Democrat thing. It's not a socialist thing. It's going to happen no matter where you lie on the political spectrum. The question is, do you listen to me today, or in 6 months, will you listen to NBC News when they tell you the exact same thing? That's the only choice you have, because that's the only way it's going to work out. Hang on one second, folks. A little early. I understand. Yeah. So, my dog's almost ready to go back out. So, let's see, where are we? All right. So, with that being said, there's also the question. Let's look at something a little more domestic. New Jersey, Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia. I love that name, Fantasia. Makes me think of the Disney movie. It's not. That's not accurate, but makes me think of that. So New Jersey Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia is losing her mind. She is a Democrat. She's losing her mind. Why is she losing her mind? As she says here, for the love of God and all that is good, can you differentiate between the fact that we don't make laws that control federal government? Again, what is this about? This is about immigration. It is about Democrats protecting immigration law, illegal aliens. And they're fighting. This is going to be the thing of the summer. This is going to be leading into the 2026 midterm elections. Democrats are fighting tooth and nail in all of the bluer than blue states to protect illegal aliens. And I can't for the life of me understand it. And even Democrats don't understand it. It makes no sense. Most importantly, you see this. So I'm showing you that's just one in New Jersey, but here it is in New York State. This is Kathy Hochul. She just came out and made the announcement this week that she's going to be fighting ICE. And this is supposed to make New Yorkers safe. This is the most stupid argument that I have seen from Kathy Hochul in quite some time. This is the most illogical statement that I can imagine. And this is just like in New Jersey. For the love of God, what are you doing? Why are you making this fight? Why are you trying to do this? It makes no sense. Let's be very clear about that. You cannot make New York safe by allowing criminals to stay in New York, to continue to commit crimes. It makes no sense. Now, I know there are people like Jose Vega who will tell you, well, no one's illegal. You're wrong. That's a fact. And you may not like the fact that someone's illegal. They are. And that makes them a criminal. And even if we're saying that it's just 1%, I'm going to go with that number. Let's assume it's just 1% of all illegal aliens that enter the United States are criminals. Okay? And looking at just New York as your example, we had 200,000 illegal aliens at the least that entered into New York State. 200,000. That means there's 2,000 more criminals in the United. I'm talking about violent criminals. I'm talking about gangbangers, human traffickers. I'm talking about every criminal type that you can think of. If we're only talking about 1%, that's 2,000 more of those criminals that never needed or should be in this nation. That's at 1%. 2,000 more. That's 2,000 more people being dying because of drug overdoses, that are dying because of gang fights, that are dying because of someone mugging them, robbing them, sexually assaulting women. 2,000 more. That's 2,000 more. And how many families are going to be affected? How much money is that going to cost? Because, and here's the part, and Kathy Hochul wants those 2,000 criminals in your neighborhood. Just like in New Jersey, the Democrats are fighting against the federal government, and they're saying they're going to do this to help the public. And what they're doing is actually hurting the public. They're virtue signaling to their far left base. Those very same socialists, those same progressives, people like Jose Vega, they're pandering to them to get their donation for the 2026 elections, for the 2026 governor's race. They're trying to protect themselves, the Democrats, but you will suffer. The direct consequence of this is that your life is going to be worse. And there's no way around that. There's no two ways. Every single violent criminal that ICE is prevented from removing is a violent criminal that endangers you and your family. That is just a fact. And that adds a higher burden. Every single illegal alien that is allowed to stay in the country adds more money that comes out of your money, out of your pocket in taxes. In New York State, in New York City alone, not even the state, just in the city of New York, that's an additional $5 billion. $5 billion that we could be spending on homeless, on housing the homeless, on feeding children, on creating new jobs, all the things the Democrats say they want. But Kathy Hochul is going to fight to keep those illegal aliens so that so that the state will not have the money to help you on the things that you need. That is the direct, instant, immediate response. And by the way, Kathy Hochul, the lawmakers in New Jersey, their job is not to fight the federal government. Their job isn't to go to court and fight because they feel like they don't like ICE. They don't like the policy. It is the law. If they want to fight, then they can put a new bill in front of the public in Congress and make their argument and have lawmakers vote on it. But they're not doing that. They're fighting the actual enforcement of the law. And I don't understand who's to benefit from that. Who gains? The illegal aliens, they get it. The gangs, they get a benefit. How do you and I benefit? There are more criminals in our state, and there's a higher cost for those criminals who are getting rewarded. How do you and I benefit from this? How is this good for the public in any way, shape, or form? But Mike, I feel better. I don't care if you feel better. Honestly, I don't. I don't care if you feel like there should be no immigration laws. There are in every country in the world. And in the United States, as part of our Constitution, there are immigration laws. That's just a fact. You don't like it? I don't care. That's the law. That's a fact. That's just part of every government on the face of the earth. Your next argument? Oh, but Mike, that's not nice. I don't care about nice. Nice is something that's a luxury. Being nice is a luxury. But having a society, that's a necessity. And having a functioning government, that's a necessity. So you can have your option, your luxury of your feelings, or we can deal with the necessities of having a government that actually functions. Which one is the one that's a higher priority? It's not your feelings. It's not making progressives feel better. That's not the priority. That's not a necessity. That's not an obligation. That's something we do when things are going fantastic and we've got extra. We don't. That's just a reality. As I said, we're going to have a food shortage. Imagine that we have to feed not just the American people, but we also have to feed those illegal aliens because they can't feed themselves. And they're on government aid as they wait in shelters, and they're getting $13,000 credit cards to buy food. That's taking food away from every American citizen. It drives up the cost because there's more competition for that food. It makes things more expensive. Well, Mike, those people, they may not be able to feed themselves in their own country. That is their country's problem. That is for them to work out in their country. We have our own country to figure out. We've got our own people, homegrown, that we have to take care of. And we have a lot of them, 350 million. I'm sorry, we can't fix the world's every problem in the world. We fix a lot of problems in the world. We can't fix them all. We can't feed everybody in the world. It would be nice if we could. That's just not a reality. It doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. It's a wonderful dream. It's not a reality. I deal with reality. Our country and every country runs on reality, not feelings, not hopes, not dreams. What can we realistically do? And what Kathy Hochul is saying is she wants to make your life more difficult. Your food's going to be more expensive. You're going to have less options in terms of your housing. You're going to have more crime in your neighborhoods. And she's going to feel good because she virtue signaled. See, nobody's a criminal except the guy who's breaking into your house right now. This is what she's doing. This makes no sense to me. And they're doing it in New Jersey. They're doing it in every one of the bluer than blue cities and states. Chicago, Illinois, Massachusetts, Boston, and California. You got LA. Well, you got the entire state of California. You got the entire state of Washington, the entire state of Oregon. They're all doing it. You got Colorado, especially around Aurora and Boulder, Colorado. In Texas, you have Austin. This is ridiculous. To fight ICE. Look, you think that some of those illegal aliens, well, some of them have been here a long time and maybe we want to keep them around a little bit longer. Great. Negotiate. Work with ICE to find the worst of the criminals and get them out first. Then we can talk about the others. How about you do that? That's exactly what the city of Memphis did, and they dropped 3,000. They deported 3,000 illegal aliens. Got some of the worst of the criminals out of their city, and we saw a enormous, I think it was up to 40% reduction in crime. If we're just going by the numbers according to New York State, that was worth a couple of $1 billion just in reducing housing and food costs. Not even considering the crime aspect, just the housing, the burden on the average taxpayer dropped by billions in the city of Memphis because they worked with ICE, not against them. But Kathy Hochul, as a governor, wants to get reelected, and that's a problem. That's an enormous problem. It makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever, but yet she wants to do that. All right. We're not done. If you're hearing in the background, I'm being yelled about my dog, and I'm trying to address that. Bear with me a second, folks. Bear with me. I'm trying to find something here. And of course, my computer at this moment wants to go as slow as possible. It's ridiculous. Of course it does. God, help me. Let's take a look at what I'm trying, just to let you guys know, I'm just trying to find another short video that I can play for you guys because I need to take care of my dog, who is he's ahead of schedule. My puppy's ahead of schedule by about an hour. Yeah, about an hour ahead. But so we're going to take another quick little break. I'm going to put on, this is a conversation that I had with Matthew J. This was an exclusive interview on X that I reposted. This is from November of 2025. I'll play that for you guys, and then I will be back after the break, and then we'll finish up the show. There's some stuff about Mandami I want to talk about, and I want to see some of your comments about Hochul, about illegal aliens. I really want to hear what you guys have to say about all of that, but we'll be back with that very soon.
Edition of the Matthew J. Show. So glad you could join us on. It's a dark day, a gloomy day here in Philadelphia. I tried to do my walk outside, but it kept raining. I know I'm not going to melt, but I had to run back into the mall and see all the cool Christmas decorations. Hopefully the weather's a little nicer for you, and hopefully it's going to be nice for Thanksgiving Day and Thanksgiving Day parade. Tonight, Michael Voss joins us. Michael is no stranger to the Matthew J. Show. Michael is based there in New York City, so you know we got a lot of questions to ask Michael. Right now, New York City is the center of the political universe, and we're going to be going through that a lot. But we'll be starting with some other topics first. But Michael, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Sadly, the weather is raining right now. Yeah. And that's even worse because I had to walk my dog just before we started.
I know that can absolutely be a little rough. I know where you're going with that.
Yeah. But at least it's not, late winter where it's like, -2 degrees and you got to take them out anyway.
Well, Michael, they're saying tomorrow here in Philadelphia it's going to be 65 degrees. And that's
it
pretty
was
warm,
like
huh?
50 today. It's a little warmer, but that's because it's raining. The clouds are in. Keeps in the heat.
I know we're going to be bitching about the snow not too distant future, but we'll take what we can get right now. Now, Michael, listen, there's so much breaking. As I said, we're going to get to New York City because there's a lot of people want to hear from you about your take on what's happening there. But prior to that, there's something that's really been pissing me off the last couple of days, and I'm pretty sure you were in the service, Michael. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, this may irk you too, and I know you don't want to be bringing it up. Breaking: the FBI is going to be interviewing the 6 Democrat lawmakers who encourage military members to refuse illegal orders.
Yep.
Or I guess you would say maybe, and I'll let you explain this better, Michael, chain of command or things like that. Michael, is this is this against not just say military code, but when the FBI interviews them, do you see any charges pending, or are they just kind of just trying to scare them a little bit?
No, there's charges. There's something that a lot of people don't know for the officers. When they retire or resign, they can be recalled back into service. They can be forced back. It's tradition of the military. It's always been true.
Right.
And there is an investigation right now under the DOD where they are considering calling back Mark Kelly back into service, active duty, so they can then court-martial him. Which in the military, a court-martial is a very serious punishment. There's two forms of punishment. There's something that's called NJP, NJB, which is just non-judicial punishment. That's basically in my squad, my company, my sergeant is pissed at me. I did something wrong. And he, instead of letting, say I have a weekend pass, I don't get to go on that pass. Instead, I get to go, and this happened to a few of my friends in the desert, 29 Palms. And so we were all let to go on leave. And one of my guys he screwed up. Actually, it was me, but he had the same last name as me. So they got him instead. And he had to dig a ditch. It was 2 days. So Saturday, he had to dig a ditch in the sand that was 10 feet deep. Sunday, he filled in the hole. That's called non-judicial punishment. It doesn't go on his record. It didn't affect his pay or his grade or anything like that, his rank. It didn't affect anything, but it was meant to teach him a lesson. Then you have court-martials. Court-martials are like going into a court of law. Okay. It is a serious offense. It means you really screwed up. And here's the thing that makes this really, really serious. Under the military, you're not an American citizen when you join the military. Okay. You suspend your rights as a citizen, which means you are no longer innocent until proven guilty. In the military, you are guilty until proven innocent beyond a shadow of doubt. It's the exact reverse. So you walk into that room absolutely 100% guilty, and you can only avoid punishment if you walk out of that room 1,000% innocent. If there's even 1% guilt, you are guilty and you are still punished as if you were 100% guilty. So it's a very different standard. Now, everybody in the military knows this. This is part of what we call the UCMJ, the Unified Code of Military Justice. That's available for every service member, whether you're a private or you're a general. Everyone is guided by those rules. Think of it as a constitution for the military. It's essentially that. And there's 238 rules. And everything, every crime, every punishment is detailed by those 238 rules. And that applies to everyone. 238 is the best one, by the way, because it says anything and everything not otherwise covered by a previous article is hereby covered by this. So a 238 covers everything.
Michael, real quick for the audience, if you're collecting a military pension, you are still subject to recall?
Officers are subject to recall. It is a condition of being an officer. So it's separate. It's separate.
And Michael, I'm glad you explained that to the audience. What do you think motivated people like Kelly to do this so publicly when it could really cause some harm to, let's face it, our national security?
Yeah. Well, again, that was going into the UCMJ. So the actual article, it's actually 10 USC 894, if you want to look up the law itself. That's about mutiny and sedition. He committed sedition. What he and the other five Democrats did is sedition. It is confusing the troops and causing some troops to act as individuals and to potentially disobey orders. That is a mutiny or an attempted a mutiny, and it is also seditious. And the punishment, as you can look up at 10 USC 894, 894, is that the punishment is death or whatever the tribunal decides. So the
Michael,
rule is death.
No, I understand. Look, Michael, can he theoretically then, could he be tried in the military courts and also in civilian courts if the FBI find damaging things?
Yes, but not
So
at
he's
the
in a lot of
same
trouble.
time. Yes, but
Potentially.
not at the same time. If he gets recalled to the military and to active duty, he goes to a military court martial, and then he would face this citation, the law I just cited, and he starts off guilty, where the penalty is by default death. Or if they choose to be lenient, they can give him other punishments as they see fit.
So why were they going after Trump then, Michael? When Trump was mentioning treason and the potential penalties for it, why were they going after? Well, you're saying it's part of the law.
It is, and that's why I'm trying to make sure I'm giving the full context of this, because there's a lot of moving parts, and most people have never served in the military, so they don't know. Okay. Most people are looking at this like it's a regular court. It's like being a civilian. Entirely different process, entirely different rules. So when Trump said, throw him in jail, sedition, punishment is death, he is 1,000% correct. And he's doing basically the same thing they did with the same excuse. Oh, well, they say I was just quoting the rules on illegal orders. Well, Trump was just quoting the law on sedition. There's no difference. So he just quoted the sedition clause, and you're quoting illegal orders. Nothing is a threat. Now let's put it into context. Why did they say this? Because they want to cause fear in the public. This isn't about the military. This is about causing people to vote Democrat. And it's to make them think that Trump has lost control of the military. And hopefully, in their point of view, is that some soldiers will say, I don't like Trump, so I won't follow his orders, because for 10 years now, we're being told he's unconstitutional and he's a dictator. So that means his every order is that's not correct. And according to the the Unified Code of Military Justice, UCMJ, that is sedition.
Michael, I understand that.
Go ahead.
I have to put this past you before I forget. Just before we got on air here, I heard Kelly saying, and tell me if there's any legitimacy in this. Kelly said, I was merely reflecting what is in the military code about getting unlawful orders. Now, in that portion, would he be correct? But why would he even bring it up? But he's saying he didn't say anything incorrect. Is that right?
He's right. They didn't say anything incorrect. That is the terms. Everyone is taught that you have the obligation not to follow unlawful orders.
Right.
Now, let's put in context what's an unlawful order, because that's a part he's not explaining. That means you don't walk into a village and shoot a bunch of women and children that are unarmed and non-combatants. You don't get to do that, like happened in Vietnam. Notice all of their examples go back 50, 75, 150 years. They can't name something current. That's an unlawful order. They correctly identify Nuremberg. Well, that's World War II. That's 80 years ago. That's correct. Those were, going into Auschwitz and shooting people. That was an unlawful order. Correct. But you can't say that today. That doesn't exist. Trump has never done that. Matter of fact, no modern president has done something of that nature.
Well, Michael, let me stop you. Let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
And under what you're saying to me, Michael, the likes of General Milley, when he was doing back channels to the Chinese military and saying, don't worry about our nuclear force, I got that under control behind President Trump's back. Would he be subject to what you're talking about, sedition laws?
Yes. In fact, at the time I was public, I do my own show as well. I cited this and other laws. He broke the law. Yeah, I believe that General Milley is a traitor, that he did enact in sedition and insurrection. He should have been stripped of his rank, stripped of his pension, and he should have been thrown in jail for what he did. It was absolutely criminal.
Well, Michael, this is why the 6 Democrats probably thought they were on safe ground, saying they didn't do anything to Milley. They're not going to do anything to us.
Well, they thought that their excuse would work, that the media would let them skate past, and much of the left-leaning media did. But everyone else, most all other media and anyone who's ever served, have questioned them and said, but wait a minute, there is no illegal order. There is nothing you can point to. There's no reason to believe there's going to be an illegal order. So what you did is criminal. And God forbid, the military isn't civilian life. You don't get to have individual opinions.
Yeah.
You're a part of the machine of the military. You're actually property of the government. You don't get to say, I don't like the commander in chief, or more importantly, no one cares. That's your feeling. Keep it to yourself. Shut up. Doesn't matter. That's not part of the job. That's not part of the chain of commands. You follow his orders, whether you like him or not. I didn't like Clinton when I was in service. Guess what? He's still my commander in chief.
Yeah.
I still follow his orders. I can say the same about many Marines and other servicemen I know under Obama or Bush, any president you can name. It doesn't matter.
Michael, let me throw something at you, Michael, and maybe you'll be able to, maybe you'll make sense of what I'm going to say here.
Mm-hmm.
I have some theories about why the 6 Democrats came out. Now, heaven forbid, let's just say next year, through anything, economic instability, some kind of rioting, looting going on, some kind of civil unrest, where the U.S. military is drawn into our cities to quell any type of violence. Do you think the 6 Democrats are trying to get ahead of that and saying, listen, if you get unlawful orders next year or the following year to come in and quell some disturbances in our cities, don't follow it? Do you think they're laying the groundwork for something like that?
Not quite. I think they were trying to make the average citizen think that Donald Trump is out of control, that he is a dictator, that to give them the impression that he is abusing his power. And that's for the average voter. Now, the bonus they get is in looking at these various incidents across the nation where we have seen National Guard activated. Well, they hope that one or two or an entire company of soldiers suddenly decides to break their orders and say, we will not comply. That would be a bonus for them. But they also understand if that company of soldiers did that, they instantly would all be court-martialed. They would all lose their ranks. It is completely illegal. So they don't want to push that far, because then if those soldiers do, it comes right back to them. They're part of that chain. They encouraged that. Therefore, they're as criminal as those soldiers. So that's why they don't want it to go that far. And they want to make separation, try and say, well, no, we're just quoting the law out of context, just out of the blue, because I don't know. Everyone needs to know what these rules are. No.
So, Michael, I know you addressed this a little bit. Is this kind of an act of desperation by the Democratic Party? And we all know, Michael, that the six just didn't pop up and say, oh, let's just do this. That this is a strategy by the Democratic Party. And I almost kind of look back to Trump's first term to essentially say he's illegitimate. So why would you listen to any of his orders?
Well, it's kind of that. And look at the Democratic Party right now. They are floundering. They have no leadership. They have no focus on their issues. They have nothing to rally around. Their donors have abandoned them. We saw in July that Ken Martin, the chair of the DNC, came out and publicly stated that donors weren't giving them any money and they were going to run out of money. It was fear because their support was drying up. Well, what most people didn't notice earlier this week, actually last week, about Thursday, he came out and the Democrats announced they are broke. They had to take a $15 million loan, which by my estimate will just get them to January of 2026. It's not enough money. They're not going to be able to get to the midterms.
Right.
So they are broke. They have no leader. They have no focus, and they want to win the midterms. They're in trouble. So they need to make America either terrified of their fear mongering that Trump's some kind of dictator, or they need to give some kind of reason for people to rally with them so they can get donations back. Because as it stands, they're going to disappear as a party because of their financial status. They're broke. All of their candidates are right now restricted to just whatever cash in hand they can raise, and the DNC can't help anyone. That means a lot of their races are going to be lost because they have no help.
Michael, you were in the military, and obviously you probably talked to a lot of people, veterans and whatnot. Are they must be like really outraged and pissed off that remember the three branches of government, they with these a senator and Congress people, this carries suggesting to people, maybe some fellow Democrats that are in our armed services, to not go by the chain of command. I mean, I would say if you're the military, veterans or whatever, that you'd be pretty pissed off when stuff like this comes out.
And most of them are. Even if you don't like Trump or you don't like Republicans, whatever the case may be, the fact is these are civilians that are trying to run the military. There's a massive separation there. The military runs the military. Civilians are civilians. And they're like, oh, but we served. And yeah, but you're not in now. Now you're a civilian. You were military. Now you're a civilian. Yes, you're retired. Fantastic. You're not in service. You don't have command. So you don't have that authority. You shouldn't be speaking on it. Not in that way. They want to pass a law. That's their right. That's their job as legislators. But they don't have command control, which is what they're trying to exercise. So a lot of people are pissed off of that because this hurts the military. It breaks our military like Democrats have broken our society. It causes, think of it like this. In the military, Marine Corps, I'm a Marine, so it's always framed around the Marine Corps, but it is not uncommon for the order to come down and say, okay, guys, see that machine gun nest that's shooting at us? Go take it out. And the answer is, yes, sir. And we go and take it out. Now, but that's going to get you killed. That's an illegal order. No, it's not. That's normal warfare tactics. That's what the military is there for. And you go and you take it out. There is no individual saying, I don't think that's a great idea. You don't get to say that. You may feel it. You don't get to say that. And you don't get to act on that order. You do it. Oh, I don't understand why we're going to Fallujah or Somalia or Mogadishu. You don't get to make that choice. That's what the generals are for. That's the chain of command. They said you're going there. You go there. Right. You don't understand what politics or what deals or what's happened geopolitically. That's not your job. That's
I got you. No, well said, Michael. If you're just joining us tonight, we have Michael Voss live from New York City. And also, if you want to watch on a different platform besides X here, we're also live on Rumble and YouTube. Michael, do you have a few words you'd like to share with the audience?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. One thing that I want people to know, I have zero trust or faith in Zoran Mandami and New York State's government, especially under Kathy Hochul. We have massive numbers of homeless. We have massive numbers of veterans that are in desperate need. We have families that are in need. And that's only growing. That's what government has given us. And coming into New York in January 2026 is going to be Zoran Mandami. And Zoran has made the promise that there is no problem government can't solve, except we have seen every problem we have came from government, and government isn't trying to solve it. So rather than let Zoran Mandami make the situation worse for the homeless, for veterans, for families, and do nothing, I am trying to raise money for an organization. It's called the Jericho Project. Now, this is a regional, it's not national. It's regional in New York City to help those groups. I did this for my birthday when I did my birthday marathon, 12 hours. I raised a couple $100 for them. I'm trying to raise, I would like to raise $2,000. 50% of every single dollar and penny that I receive, I'm going to be giving to the Jericho Project in January, so that when the year starts, the homeless, veterans, and families will get the help they need, not through the government system, which will take the next 5 years to actually happen, but in 2026 itself when they need it. And I would love anyone, you can go to my Patreon, you can go to my PayPal, you can go to SuperChats, go to Zazzle and buy a mug like this. I don't care how you do it, whether it's $1, whether it's $1,000, I don't care. Going to put it all together, half of everything goes straight to them.
And hopefully everybody watching here, the Matthew J. Show, will go to Michael Voss's site and donate to this certainly very worthy cause. Michael, how long have you been involved with the Jericho Project?
I've learned about them and started working to raise money for them back in April. And that on my birthday, I did a 12-hour live stream. I do that for my birthday every year. And all the proceeds from that day, I gave over, I think, $4.68 for every $10 because I'm born April 6, 68. So I gave that to them. And by the way, when I say I'm going to give them the money, I actually do during a live stream. I actually show the process. I'll show exactly every dollar I got in, every dollar that's going to them. And I will make the payment live while I'm on the live stream so that you will see exactly me keeping my word. And I've just been, ever since I first found out about them, I try and help wherever I can.
No, that's excellent, Michael. That is really excellent. You do that. And certainly every time you're on the show, just remind me, and we're going to get the message out there to everybody. Now, you did mention Mom Danny.
One thing. By the way, folks, that's all of the I'm doing this for all the proceeds I've made in November. All of the proceeds I make from December are what's going to the Jericho Project in January. So it's everything I've made in November, everything I make in December. That's what's going there. So you got time if you haven't done it yet.
Okay, no, I'm glad you got that out there. That's great. Listen, I want to move. We're going to move on. That was great. We got that out there, and we'll see if we can mention it toward the end of the show. Michael, concerning Mom Danny. Now, there's one thing I got to say just about what we do here. You and I do here, and I know you have your own show, great show.
Thank you.
That I'll put it before we get into specifics about the new mayor who will be joining or going to be running the city in a matter of weeks. Michael, and this is a loaded question. What does New York City look like a year from now? Or what do you think it will look like for a year from now?
Mostly the same, except we will have higher poverty. We will have higher crime. We will have higher unemployment. Other than that, pretty much like what we see right now. I expect him to achieve 0 of his promises. And I expect that the attempt to have those promises come true harm people. So, probably, and I'd say between 5 to 15% increase in crime, poverty, and unemployment because of his attempts to inject socialism into New York City.
And Michael, you didn't mention, but I know you're probably going to go into it. What kind of rapport do you think Mom Danny will have with the NYPD?
Oh, miserable. Considering he wants to defund them, as he has publicly stated emphatically, and the fact that he wants to inject a program called Cahoots. It was done in Eugene, Oregon, a town of 200,000 people. It didn't work in Eugene, mind you. Much smaller city with fewer problems, far less crime, far more integrated community, and bringing social workers to do the job of police completely failed. The program closed in May of 2025. It didn't serve the people and it cost money. It was a complete and abject failure. And he wants to take that program, copy pasted, and put it in New York. Yeah. So you don't like the police. You want to have less police. You want to have more crime because he believes in the revolving door of social justice. And you're going to put social workers in on a program that failed in a far smaller. I mean, New York has 8.5 million people. It didn't work in a town of 200,000. You think it's going to work here?
Michael, no. Do you envision when he comes into office in a matter of weeks, particularly when it comes again to the NYPD and law enforcement, that he will be advocating for more of a social worker response to potentially dangerous situations?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he is. That's the Cahoots program. That's exactly what it is. That is his idea, and it's going to endanger a lot of lives. A lot of people.
Michael, have you been hearing anything about early retirements from the NYPD? Do they see the writing on the wall?
We have been seeing people. This has been happening for a while under Eric Adams. It's been a chain since roughly 2013, 2012 under Cuomo. We have seen a consistent chain of people who are retiring, and they're not being replaced. We've had we normally have about 47,000 police in New York City. Again, we're a city of 8.5 million people, so that's why it's so large. Currently, we're at about 35,000.
Right.
We are way understaffed. And even if we were to add 7,000, which is what was said during the debates for the mayor of New York City, we would still be woefully understaffed, and that would still be a problem.
Michael, is the NYPD and the New York Transit Police, are they one?
No.
They're separate. They're separate entities.
Yes, they're separate, but they kind of have an overlap. And you can see police, regular officers, NYPD, work in the subways. You won't see the MTA, the Metro Police, you won't see them working outside of the subways. They won't. So their jurisdiction is the subway systems, the buses. That's their jurisdiction. The police have overriding jurisdiction over all of them.
But they have different chains of commands, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
well, ultimately, they do all answer to the chief of police, which answers to the mayor. So at the top of the chain, it's still the same ultimate pinnacle. But yeah, throughout the lower levels, yeah, there's a different chain of command, but they do merge at one point.
Michael, is the National Guard still patrolling New York subways?
Some. That number has been reduced.
Do you think Mamdani, do you think he'll remove that?
He doesn't have a choice. He doesn't get a choice. New York City is unique because New York City is, I think, the only city in the United States that has multiple counties. Almost every other, as far as I know,
that's right.
Every other has only one county, which means the mayor has a lot of control over it. Because New York City is multiple counties, the governor has a lot of power, actually most power, in what happens in the city. The mayor is basically a manager, and the governor has true ultimate control over almost all the policies, all the big policies, like funding the MTA, like the tolls and bridges and such. That goes to the governor and the state. The mayor is more managing New York City, which is a big job in and of itself, but a lot less powerful. So when it comes to the National Guard, he has absolutely no say whatsoever. He can do what Mayor Brandon Johnson.
No, Michael, listen, I'm glad you made a distinction. And let me throw this at you. It was breaking just before we came on. New York City Council is considering a massive raise for city officials. Will Mamdani approve or veto?
No. Okay. If he's playing politics, and he should be, then he's going to approve it. If he's going with his ideology, he should say no. I think he's going to say yes, because he needs them on his side. He needs them to have more power to get some of his policies through. So it's a bribe. And I think that's kind of why they're timing this raise now. And they know he needs our help.
Michael, do you know how much a New York City City Council person makes right now?
I believe it's about $135,000 a year. New York State has the highest paid elected officials in the country.
Wow. The assembly people, you're saying, right?
As far as I recall, it's every elected official at every level. So comparison, city council versus other city councils, New York is the highest. If you're looking at the assembly, we have the highest. State Senate, governor, we pay the most. Oops, there we go. All right, so we are back, everybody. Thank you for being here with us. We appreciate it. And hey there, Chuck. Good to see you. And Chuck is mentioning he's having dinner. I hope he had a great dinner. And for everyone who doesn't know, that on Mondays, we have the Monday Roundtable at 7 p.m. I think this will be episode 15 or something like that, where we talk with Chuck and a few other guys from Florida and talk about the issues that have been happening. Kind of like what we see here, except it's an entire panel with a bunch of guys, a libertarian. We have a libertarian, a Democrat, me as a Republican, conservative, and independent, and we all get together and have a conversation. And Chuck's mentioning that it's going to be a good show for Monday. So on Monday, if you can make it, folks, I do advise drop on in so we can all be part of that wonderful conversation. Thank you, Chuck, for being here with us. All right, so I had to take a little time off to go take care of my dog. I thank you guys for everybody that's still here and is still patient. Not the longest show, by the way. We normally go a lot longer, so that's not so bad. But we did have a few more things. So I was talking about Kathy Hochul, and Hochul's decided that she wants to fight the federal government. She wants to fight Donald Trump, our president. She wants to fight the laws of the nation and the Constitution by holding on to criminals. It just makes no sense. And I showed you there was a little piece by one of the members of Dawn Fantasia, an assemblywoman from out of New Jersey. What I didn't play, I don't know if I played that. So let me rewind.
For the love of God and all that is good, can you differentiate between the fact that we don't make laws that control the federal government? My God, what are we doing here? I'm not a lawyer. I was an English teacher and I comprehend that. My 5th grade middle school English students would understand it. I am coming to you not from a point of ideology, because I know in the minority party, we already lost that argument. You guys are way, way out in the ether with that. I'm not even hoping to win the ideology. I'm hoping to win the logical argument to say, why do we keep passing laws that are going to end up in court, we lose, and the taxpayer gets shafted over and over and over? You cannot vote yes for a law that controls local, county, state, and federal. No, federal's got to come off for this to count. But the only reason why you're passing it is to affect federal agents. Hello? Lights on, no one's home. I'm not an attorney. I need a freaking honorary degree after going through this for 4 hours yesterday saying, what don't a room full of lawyers understand? Ludicrous.
I just love that line. What what is it that she has no law degree and yet she understands the law better than lawyers like Kathy Hochul? Kathy Hochul, who decided that, she thinks that she can make a law that will stop federal agents enforcing federal immigration law. And again, as I said before, who benefits? Who's going to have any positive? Criminals will get rewarded because of Kathy Hochul. And she thinks this is a reason why she should be reelected, because she's going to break federal law, because she is going to increase and maintain the burden on average taxpayers, because she is going to allow criminals to endanger your life. And we're seeing this in New Jersey. We're seeing it in Chicago and Illinois. We're seeing it in all of California and Washington State, all of the bluer than blue locations. So it's going to be a problem. It's just going to keep being a problem. And that is very upsetting to me. Hang on 1 second, folks. So here we are. And so that's kind of upsetting. It is upsetting that that we're seeing that with Kathy Hochul. We're seeing that in all of these states, Gavin Newsom, and they're not considering the consequences of their actions. But what about when we take a look at what's Mondami doing? He's telling you that he's going to open up a $30 million grocery store. I think we talked about it last week a little bit, and I know I talked about it on the Monday show last week. Mondami's opening his $30 million grocery store, a grocery store that you could make 5, 6 other grocery stores. You could have 6 grocery stores for the amount he's going to pay for one grocery store. And then the news comes out, by the way, it won't even save you money. He promised it's going to save you money, but it's not, because you're going to go there and almost everything's going to cost exactly the same as any other grocery store anywhere else. You're not saving money. So he's not even going to be able to live up this. I love it. He admits, this is according, of course, this is by the New York Post, but he's selling a basket of goods. So Zohran Mamdani admitted on Tuesday that the promised lower prices at his city-owned grocery stores will only be guaranteed for a couple of items. Now, that means that you're not going to have, it's only going to be bread, milk, and eggs. That's it. Everything else that you would buy at the grocery store, nope. It's going to be regular prices, could be even higher than regular prices. So the store really isn't going to save you any money. There's really no reason why we need to build these grocery stores, because they're not doing anything special. Mamdani is not building these grocery stores in food deserts. He's putting it right in the middle of, at least the one in Manhattan is going to be right in the middle of Harlem, 2 blocks away from 4 separate supermarkets, 15 in 10 blocks. No one's saving money there. There's no food desert there. You're not going to save money on almost any other item that you purchase. You're just going to save about, and I've talked about this from the first time that he promised this, you're going to save about $1 out of every $100 that you spend. That's what it's going to average out to. That's my prediction. You're going to save about $1 out of every $100. 1%. That's all you're going to get. 1%. It's not worth it. But this is the same kind of thinking that we've seen consistently. No understanding of consequences. Only making laws and only doing policy at the surface level. Only explaining things at the surface level. It's only after Mamdani got elected that we found out that his free grocery stores would cost $150 million. It's only after he got elected that he said that he wants to micromanage every aspect of your life, that there is nothing, no problem, too big or small for government to take care of in your life. It's only after he got elected and into power that he's now telling you that you're not going to really save any money. He's going to build it. You're not going to save any money. It's not a good plan. It failed everywhere else it was tried, and it's going to fail in New York. But he only tells you that after he got the power, after he got elected. Kathy Hochul is telling you after she gets elected. What did she do in 2022? After she got elected, she told all the Republicans, all the conservatives, all the business owners, get out of New York. They did. Now she's begging for them to come back. And she's telling them that, hey, don't worry, we're also fighting ICE. So there's going to be criminals, more criminals in New York at the same time that you come back. By the way, we're increasing taxes because we have to reward those very same illegal criminals who are going to be in New York State. And we're going to spend even more money on going into the courts to fight, to keep criminals in our country, in our state. That's the other aspect I never mentioned. It's about you're going to have to go to court, which means that's taxpayer money to keep criminals, to keep rewarding criminals, which is against the law. But Kathy Hochul doesn't care. It's not her money, and she's going to be in power, and her buddies will be in power, and Democrats will be in power, and she doesn't care. She doesn't care about you. Mamdani doesn't care about you. That's why Mamdani is more than happy. He's going to build the grocery store. He promised you a grocery store. He promised you'd save money. Well, you'll save money on some things. You'll get a grocery store. in some places, eventually 3, 4, 5 years from today, and they'll cost 3 times, 5 times, possibly 10 times as much money as he promised you that they would. And where's that money going to come from? Where's the money coming from to take care of the illegal aliens? Where's the money that's coming from that's going to go to the courtrooms? Where's the money coming from to open up the hyper expensive grocery stores? You. It's all coming from you. But you will feel good. It's a great virtue signal. I know, and we've already seen that people like Bill Maher, they love this stuff. People like Jose Vega, they love this stuff. It's such great virtue signaling. They feel virtuous as you get impoverished, as you lose your freedoms, as you are endangered. And everything that is an important and critical detail, they do not tell you. They do not care. And that's kind of upsetting. I mean, like really, really upsetting. So I wanted to cover that a little bit. And probably one of the final things that I'll talk with you guys about here, not back for long. We'll be finishing up the show shortly. I know it's after 7. NBC. This is the big news that you'll hear about tonight and tomorrow. You're going to hear a lot more about this. There's a new poll from NBC that came out, and the NBC poll says 63% of Americans disagree with Donald Trump. Wow, that's a lot. 2/3? Are you sure about that? Are you really sure about that number? 2/3 of Americans upset with Donald Trump, 2/3 upset with the war with Iran. Are you sure? Let me ask a question. Who did this deal? Survey Monkey. It was an online poll. So they say, oh, well, it was 31,000 adults. Were they Americans? So I just want you to understand that NBC is not credible. They made this up. This is a fake poll. NBC, 31,443 U.S. adults. How do they know they're American citizens? It wasn't, all they did is they did an online survey. That's Survey Monkey. Those are online surveys. They don't verify that they're American citizens. So we have an online survey from NBC that supposedly says 63% are against Donald Trump. By the way, if we go right over and we look at the presidential job approval, this is from Real Clear Politics. NBC has a left-leaning bias. Real Clear Politics is neutral. They look at all of the polls, everybody's poll, all of the big, major, credible companies. They take all of their polls, put them together. They come out with one net average. They are neutral as hell. And as I always say, I look at the aggregate, not just one poll. I look at a trend of polls, because if you look at one poll, you'll come up with something like NBC, and you would think that Donald Trump, 2/3 of the nation are upset with him. But that's not true. If you only look at one poll, you'd think that Bruce Blakeman is going to win the 2026 New York State governor's race as a Republican, and that ain't going to happen. No, you have to look at the aggregate, the total of the polls. And if you're looking at all of the polls, all of them, Donald Trump has, he still has 56% disapproval. He has 41% approval, so slightly more than half the nation. It is still a majority, but there's a big difference between 2/3 of the nation and slightly more than 50%. There's a big, huge crater of difference. And by the way, that just happens to be right about at the same level as Donald Trump in his first administration. And it's still more than the Biden administration. For about a third of the entire Biden administration was underwater, even worse than where Donald Trump is right now. Donald Trump is about average for where he has always been when he was the 45th president of the United States. NBC is playing a game. They want you to vote Democrat. NBC has a bias to the left. They want you to vote for their Democrat allies and their who they're donating to. They want Democrats and progressives to have more power to pass their issues so that they can then get even more advantage in elections. They're leading you down a very simple path. And they did it with an online survey, which they left out. They're like, it's NBC. It's an NBC poll. No, it's a Survey Monkey poll. It's an online poll. They don't know who those people were. It's not an unbiased group of people. They know this. Otherwise, they'd show you this. You don't have to do a special poll. We have the polling data right here. And we have polls that come from NBC's news desk. Do you notice the NBC news desk right here? Very first one that's being identified by Real Clear Politics. First piece of data, that's the NBC news desk, news decision desk. And that's the poll with SurveyMonkey. Rasmussen, 43. Economist, YouGov, 41. This is approval of Donald Trump. So 43, 41. We have RMG Research, 45. Quinnipiac, 38. CBS, 39. Daily Mail, 43. Morning Consult, 45. I'm just looking for the different companies that are here. CNN, 38. You notice the left-leaning, every single one of the left-leaning news organizations have polls that are significantly lower than every other poll. Every other poll. Because there's bias. Because they're not being honest with you. And we know this because they weren't honest about Joe Biden. They weren't honest about the Biden-Harris administration. They weren't honest about the spending in the United States government. They lie on a regular basis, and they've been caught lying for decades. But they get to do it because they're the mainstream news media. And I have to tell you, when we look at what's going on right now, the news media wants you to believe Donald Trump is out of favor, and that's sinking the ship for all the Republicans. Republicans are bailing. There's an internal war. They're all rejecting Donald Trump. MAGA has failed. That's why when you look at the analysis, this is from the Cook report, also neutral, and we look at who's winning in the House, the 2026 midterms. If we're looking at it right now, you're looking at about Democrats, yes, they would win, which is normal. That is the historical average, but they'd win by 3 seats. They'd have 218. That's not a massive win. It's barely a win for Democrats. And we know this. So that's not a total rejection. That's the norm of a midterm for a president at this point. This actually naturally and normally happens. And it's a minor win for Democrats, if at all. That's what the Cookie report is telling us. And if we look at over at the Senate, where, again, Republicans are losing everything. They're losing their minds. Republicans are set to win right now. They're set to win half the seats, 50. It's a 50-50 race, literally exactly 50-50 at this moment. So it might go either way. But yet, Republicans are failing. They're running away from MAGA. MAGA has completely failed. It's all over for you. It's not true. It's not true. I'm just pointing out the truth that if you're looking at any one headline, you're looking at any one poll, you're looking at any one data point that the left has cherry picked for you, they're going to tell you how horrible and everything is falling apart. But if you actually look at the data and if you look at the trends, they're lying to you, consistently lying to you. There's more to this. Again, the Democrats, the left, are putting out things on the surface level. They're just giving you the surface level. And if you look at the details, if you look for the substance, then you get a very different story, a very significantly different story. Inflation is skyrocketing. Inflation is 3.3%. Under Joe Biden, without a war, without the U.S. being involved in a war, it was 17.5%. Oh my God, that's so radically different. And I'm not saying that there won't be inflation in the future. There is. But if we're looking at apples to apples comparisons, things are nowhere near as bad as what they want you to believe right now. They want you to think it's absolutely terrible, but it's not. Things are not that bad. Hell, let's go back over to real clear politics. Right now, Republicans are unfavored. So Republicans in Congress have a negative 15%. They're out of favorability. They're unfavorable by 15%. And Democrats, 20. They're even worse off. Democrats are seen by the public and Democrats even worse than what they're saying about Republicans. Congress is failing, and Democrats are failing worse than everyone else. But they want you to vote for Democrats because they're the better guys, even though they have even less approval, not just than Donald Trump, but less than Republicans in total. Again, news media gives you the surface level. The pundits, the Democrats that are popular in entertainment, surface level. They don't want you to look at any of the details. I just wanted to come back and cover some of that stuff with you guys. I know it's 7 o'clock. We've been on for a little while. It was a little bit odd because I had to take my dog out extra time. But I want you guys to know the truth. And I hope you share this with everyone. Let them know as well so that everybody will be able to know. If you've made it this far, please do like, share, subscribe. It really makes a difference. It is important. And I thank you for that. I thank everyone for putting up with the fact that my chat was acting up today. I don't know what's going on with Restream, but it seemed to have a problem. But we're going to go forward. Monday, as always, I will be on with the guys down in Florida. We'll be talking about a few things that have been happening and a few new developments that have been happening. What's the status of the ceasefire? We'll probably be talking about the mass shooting in Louisiana and the 8 children that died, which still bugged me throughout this entire show. And I'm kind of sad about that. But we'll probably be talking about all of that and more. Folks, I want you to have a great Sunday. Monday will be fine. We'll have an extra cup of coffee. We'll all get through it. And I will see you at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.